right. Let's see here. Okay. So today we're going to be starting up with Connecticut. And what is it today? September 25th, 2024. And I guess we're just waiting right now. So I'm setting up right now in the background. Trying to make sure I got everything I need. Make sure I got everything set up. So let's see right here. All right, so I'm live and direct. Whoa.
Sir, what's your name?
Francisco Ayala.
Francisco.
We good to go, Mr. Ayala?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Mr. Ayala, we're going to go ahead and get started with the case.
All right. Okay, we have DNA Bible study being held in the chapel. DNA Bible study being held in the chapel.
All right. Hopefully you guys could hear good. Hey, Starlight, how's it going? How's the audio? Does the audio sound good?
Two.
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started.
Okay.
Did you feel
My
better?
name's Ron.
You feel better?
No, but I-
That's one of the warrants. The hearings in Connecticut Court Parties and Parole. By board members present this morning, by statement names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer
Misha.
Giannini. Panel member Page.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and MA number for the record.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Ayala. My ME number is 436131.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application of Francisco Ayala, MA number 436131. Serving a sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years probation for 3 counts larceny first, 2 counts larceny second, conspiracy to commit burglary third, 3 counts larceny third, conspiracy to commit larceny first, conspiracy to commit larceny third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 4th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: voices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score of the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yeah, good question.
So I feel like at my age, 24 years old, I feel like in the past I have messed up, and now I feel like since me being incarcerated for almost 2.5 years, I feel like I'm matured up. I've been down 2.5 years, but at age 24, no tickets, no disciplinary reports. I completed all my programs I had on my OEP. I attended more programs to better myself emotionally, physically, and mentally. I feel like this time I gotta get back home and be there for my daughters. I got 2 daughters. I got a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. And since I've been down this 2.5 years, I lost a lot of family members. I lost my best friend. I lost my mother. So I just feel like now when I get home, I know now from right from wrong. I know how to walk away from certain situations.
Mm-hmm.
And now I just know how to deal with myself mentally, physically, emotionally. Before, I just was a quiet person. I always held everything in. So now I just feel like now I know how to speak out.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala, for your statement. We have questions for you, and when we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Okay.
What do you guys
We'll
think?
begin with my colleague, Ms. Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Ayala, I appreciate the opening statement. And I'm glad that you've taken this time to work on yourself. I agree, you have not received any disciplinary infractions, and you also have according to our records, completed the Voices programs. You referred to taking other programs. What else did you take?
I took Good Choices, Bad Intentions. Right now I'm enrolled in the Second Chance program here at Cybulski. I attend to 7 Good Minutes group, Knowing Your Triggers, NA, AA. I just like to go to them groups just to help me out and listen to other people that have been down for so long and listen to what they got to say. And if I can help somebody or guide somebody through the right path, I always will speak during the groups. There's a lot of people in the groups, like 10, 15 of us, and I'll stand up and speak, give a little speech. And I just feel like that just helped me a lot during my incarceration. I just feel like now I can speak out. Before I couldn't speak out. I always used to held everything in and make the bad choices. Now I know, being down for so long, now I know what's right and what's wrong. So I feel like I better myself.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I think you knew right from wrong before you walked in there, but you just were choosing to make poor decisions rather than the good ones, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And so why were you stealing all these Cadillac converters, cars and stuff?
I just felt like, I have before I had a learning disability, I tried jobs and me personally, I just get too overwhelmed. And it just shuts me down. And especially after my mom passing away, I just really was like a closed in person. So now, me being incarcerated, now I know how to speak out, speak in front of people.
To tell people how you're feeling and stuff like that. To express yourself is what you're trying. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. So you talked about you had a learning disability and it made it difficult for you to keep a job. How do you feel about that now? You feel like you go out and work?
Yes, now I feel like now I can be able to speak out to people, if I need help, tell a job employee, hey, can you help me do this? Now I feel like I have to speak out more now since I've been incarcerated. I feel like now attending all these programs help me build myself to be able to speak out and ask somebody for help.
Well, that's good. Because you did take the Voices program, so now the impact that your crimes have had on other people. Insurance is already so extremely high for cars and people stealing them doesn't make it any easier, Yes. So what are you doing right now in the Second Chance program?
Second Chance program, I'm a volunteer to work around the dorm, sweep up the dorm. I'm hosting a group. I do NA at night from 6 to 7. I host it with another facilitator. Right now, when I head back, I'm going to Rage. It's a group called Rage. That talks about you just speak about yourself, speak about what you're gonna do when you go home, what's your plans, your goals when you go home. So I just like to attend to a lot of groups now, because I just feel like it helps me just by even listening to other people talk that have been down 20, 30 years. I just feel like I could get something off of them.
Yeah, you can. Well, you're 24 now, and you're almost on the way to your brain being fully developed, and you should be making more sound decisions now at this point, because you know that there's consequences for your actions, right?
Yes, yes.
So I know that your release plan consists of your returning home to your stepmom and dad, right?
Yeah, my stepmom, yes.
Yep. And I know you talked about participating in a fatherhood out in the community.
Yes, that's another program that I had my stepmom look into it. There's one that around where I live at, and then in Sonia, Connecticut. There's programs out there that I could attend to and take the opportunity, to attend to them. My stepmom had reached out to them, and they're looking forward for me when I come home to join the program.
But why do you think that would benefit you?
To be honest, I just feel like if I got a lot of stuff in motion when I go home, I feel like I'll be able to better myself and just continue to go to these programs. You know,
Okay.
that's
So
that's
basically, you're saying the more tools you have to add to your toolbox, the more successful you think you'll be?
yes.
Okay, that's good to know. I just don't want it to interfere with your potentially working and doing the right things in the community.
Yes.
Why didn't you get your GED?
My GED, I attended when I was in MacDougall,
Mhm.
and when I got sentenced, I got transferred. I was still going to school. When I got transferred to Carl Robinson, when I signed up for my GED, it was a waiting list. So I know me waiting on the waiting list, I ended up doing detail 1 and 2. I was working outside in Carl Robinson. So that helped me to realize, you know what, like I'm already getting older. I gotta start getting up early in the morning, make my bed, get ready for work. So every day, Monday through Friday, I'll get up 9 o'clock in the morning, go to the warehouse. From the warehouse, where I'm cutting the grass, we're cutting the yard, we're delivering supplies to all the blocks. So it just helped me think like, this is what
You're developing like a work regimen. What it
Yes.
really feels like to be an adult. Get up, go to work. You know, aside from being in prison, once you go to work, you have bills to pay. Right now, you just get stuff on your commissary, right?
yes.
Or-
And
You send anything home to your children?
I send home like drawings, hankies, like a valid pillowcases for them.
I'm talking about money from working, but no.
Oh no, from working no, because
Yeah.
we want to get paid. It was like $15 every 2 weeks.
Yeah. So tell me, do you intend to pursue your GED when you're out in the community, when you go back home?
Yes, I'm planning on going to adult ed. I'm planning on taking I know I could get a free grant when I go out to get my CDL in Nets and Bridgeport. I'm planning on achieving that when I get home, working to get my CDL. But I'm definitely planning on going back to school to get my GED.
I want you to try to focus on one thing at a time, because you talked about your inability to really kind of think things through. So I don't want you to feel overwhelmed of trying
Yes.
to do so many things. So focus on one thing at first and then try to explore other avenues. But
Yeah.
you have done well this incarceration, Mr. Ayala, and I really do hope that you're done with these crimes. And your co-defendants, have you seen them since you've
No.
been in prison?
Nope.
They're not related to you or anything, right?
Nope.
So you have no reason whatsoever to affiliate with these people anymore.
Nope.
Good. All right. Oh, and you do have, I saw 30 months federal time you had to serve.
Yes.
And then now you have the 3 years of supervision to follow when you're released.
Yes.
You understand that you'll be on dual supervision,
Yes.
Well, maybe triple supervision if you're granted discretionary parole.
Triple.
Because you
Yes.
still have probation, you have federal probation, and then
That's
you'll
all
have
bad.
hours. And that's going to be a lot of people in your business.
Yes.
But you're sure that you can follow the rules.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Doctor.
All
Thank
of that
you.
for some catalytic converters.
Mr.
Screw
Ayala,
that.
were you using drugs or alcohol when you were committing these offenses?
No.
No. Okay. So you had a clear mind. You were just acting like a kid.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, your brain is still developing, and let's hope that you learned from all of this, because you really did create a lot of victims, sir. I mean, there were just so many offenses. I couldn't even keep up when I'm taking my notes. And it was,
Yes.
you got a break, because if you had to serve time for each of these offenses independently, it would have been a really long time. Do you have to pay any restitution for all the damage you caused?
Yes.
As you
Do you
should.
know how much that is?
I
Not
don't
enough.
know exactly, but I know for I don't know if I think it's for larceny. I do have to pay restitution.
Yeah. Okay. And that's okay. You'd want to pay back, right, for the damage you created and losses that you caused, but you'll be working, so that won't be an issue. Are you working right now in the facility?
No, I got put on a waiting list because I tried
Yeah.
to see if my outside clearance was to follow me over here, but I had to go through the steps. So I got put on a waiting list. But I just volunteer around the dorm, cleaning up the cubes and stuff like that. I
Okay.
just volunteer.
Other than your stepmother, do you have any other positive people in your life?
Yes, my father,
Yeah.
my my two daughters,
I
my
meant like for
sister.
support.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
so I got my aunts, my dad, my sister, couple family members I have.
Good. Okay, that's good. What about friends? Any friends who are doing good things?
Those,
No. Yeah, that's okay. You'll make new friends.
Yes.
All the good things you'll be doing. Have you ever had a driver's license?
I had a adult learner's permit.
Yeah. Why didn't you ever go for your license?
Being stubborn and hard-headed, I just
Okay.
never wanted a ticket.
Yeah. All right. So that should be on your, did you make a list of goals?
Yeah, I made a list of goals to go back home to get my permit, go get my driver's license. I made another goal that I want to go home and actually be there for my daughters. They look up to me. Every time I talk to them, they always ask me, Dad, where are you? When are you coming home? So, I want to at least just, go out there with a good head on my shoulders and move in the right direction.
Yeah, I like that. And little girls, they need their dads. You're
Yes.
going to be a big influence in their lives. So that's good. Glad you're going to do that. Okay. Ms. Chance?
Just one thing, Mr. Ayala, and I know my colleagues have touched on it, but because when you were arrested or when you were committing these offenses, you were not working, and I believe you weren't working for like 2 years, that it's important for you when you go back out, not just get a job, but to figure out how you can work enough money so that you can help towards the support of your 2 young children.
Yes.
So employment should be important to you. And I know you mentioned getting your CDL and your GED. So hopefully you'll prioritize everything and know what's most important.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm all set.
Thank you. Give us a minute to discuss your case. We'll get right back to you, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Page?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that Mr. Ayala is motivated to go return to the community and do positive things. He certainly has been able to comply with the rules in the facility. He's taken some appropriate programming. I really do think that the support that discretionary parole would provide for him would help him start these other supervisions that he has in the community and will have in the community. And I would vote in favor of his discretionary parole with no co-defendants. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I would add no driving, of course. And I agree with you. He clearly is doing very well in the facility. The real test will be when he hits the community, but he will have enough support and supervision that if he doesn't take the right path, we'll see him again. Let's hope not. Ms. Chance?
I agree with both of you.
Thank you. All right, in the matter of Francisco Ayala, MA number 436131, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective February 4th, 2025. That's your earliest eligibility date, with the following additional conditions. You're to have no contact with your co-defendant, Keon Webster, Dominic Marini, or Thomas West, and you are not to operate a motor vehicle without the permission of your parole officer, because you don't have a license anyway. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, thank you so much, guys.
Keep doing what you're doing, okay? And we want to read and hear about all the good things you're doing when you get out there. So we wish you the best.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Francisco Ayala, MA number 436131.
Just over there.
Good morning.
We'll be right with you.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Bagley, we're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, my name is Paul Chairman. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning and by state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Councilmember Page.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Good morning.
Sir, state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Bagley, inmate number 377172.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Bagley, inmate number 377172. Is serving a sentence of 6 years, execution suspended at 30 months, followed by 3 years probation for criminal possession of a firearm or electric defense weapon.
All right.
As of today, right,
regular
parole
crime.
eligibility date is November 6, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It's been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Here too, utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivist. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First off, I appreciate you guys taking the time to see me this morning. I did my programs. I worked them all very well. Actually, they were really good. The tier 2 was very helpful. And it was actually really a fun and good program to do. I also took stress management as well. And I'm finishing voices as of tomorrow. I do believe I got a lot from this, from this time in here. They helped me get clean. I was a previous drug user, so this definitely was the time I needed to get focused, get my head on straight, get clean. I made a mistake. It was foolish of me to be operating, have possession of a weapon that I shouldn't have had. It was something that I, did with my grandfather who passed away. I was in the process of moving. And it was in the car. It was really stupid, and I really do regret ever having me. I do know the seriousness of the implications of having a weapon and how dangerous that can be for anybody involved. And I really, if I go back in time, I would have been a lot smarter about it. But other than that, I miss my family. I want to get home. I want to get back to work and be, a member of society who actually, contributes and is there for my, for my girlfriend, there for my mother who I know needs me, and just be back in society where I can actually work and help my mom pay bills and just get stuff done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bagley, for your statement. We have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision here today.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure that I accept your explanation that you were moving and that's why you had a weapon in your car. Because if that were the case, why would the gun be on the front passenger seat of your car?
It was in a backpack, but the backpack was open. I completely forgot it had been in there. My car was a mess, and my car is immaculate. But me and my girlfriend were moving from Middletown to my mom's house. The car was a mess. I completely forgot it was in the backpack because I had taken it from my grandparents' house a while back. Forgot I built it with my grandfather a long time ago. He passed away. And when I found it, I was going to be giving it to my cousin who actually knew how to, take care of that. I just completely forgot it was in the backpack. I was coming back from a job interview. I was in no condition to be driving that morning. I was really out of it. I wasn't even supposed to be in that car driving.
Right.
I pulled off to the side of the road, and I was just not in the right frame of mind to be driving. So I pulled over to the side of the road because I was not okay to drive. The ambulance pulled up to me and asked me if I was okay, and I told him no, I was not.
Yeah.
And that's when the officer went to the vehicle and found it.
Okay. So what else was in the backpack?
Some clothes, a pair of boxers, like a change of clothes and stuff like that.
So you were using the backpack?
It had been used just to throw stuff into as I was moving, but I completely forgot that was even in there. It was just an old backpack.
Well, the other issue I have with your explanation is you've been on supervision, right? I mean, this is not your first rodeo. And they would have asked you if you had any weapons and they would have told you that you're not allowed to have that gun that you built your grandfather.
I wasn't asked. I was in the back of the ambulance when the cop asked me. He had already gone through the vehicle.
No, I mean previous to that night. How long did you own that weapon for?
I had it for maybe 2 months. I know I wasn't allowed to have it. My grandfather and I built it, but I didn't really realize I had a felony charge. I didn't know my DUI was a felony, to be honest with you. I never knew that.
So you had to sign papers saying that you would not possess weapons at some point. Well, no, the problem is you probably didn't read it all the way through.
Maybe.
You definitely did.
Maybe, and I apologize for this. There's no excuse for it. This was
All right.
stupid, and there's no excuse for
Okay.
this.
All right, so, but you do understand what could have happened. You're passed out.
Absolutely.
Anybody could have just stolen that backpack from you, and God knows
Oh.
what the gun
Yes,
would have
ma'am.
been used
Yep.
for.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am, absolutely. I know that guns are a very serious thing, and I don't ever want to see anybody get harmed. I would never be able to live with myself.
All right, so let's get to the real issue here, your substance use.
Yes.
Okay, so you were using, what were you using at the time?
Fentanyl.
Okay, what about alcohol? Because the police report said that they smelled alcohol on you.
Yeah, probably earlier that morning, but I wasn't currently drinking. Like probably 2 o'clock in the morning, went to bed. But I did have a problem with a little bit with alcohol too.
Damn, this guy
So
only has one
alcohol,
tooth. You're
fentanyl,
right.
How about heroin?
He's a snaggle tooth.
Fentanyl and heroin basically the same thing. It's whatever
Right.
they give you,
Okay,
whatever you get on the
and
streets.
so really, you're lucky to be alive and speaking to us right now
Yes, ma'am.
because so many people are just dying.
And I've lost a couple friends, and honestly, this monkey getting off my back and being in these programs, I'm very thankful for because it was a huge help.
Yeah. Now, I read that you were sober for many years and then
Yeah.
you relapsed. Let's talk about what led to your relapse.
So, in a short period of time, my father had gotten diagnosed with cancer, but didn't tell any of us. So him dying was a very big shock to me. And then about 2.5 weeks later, my grandfather passed away. And then about 2 weeks later after that, my wife at the time asked me for a divorce. And I know that coping skills are a problem for me. That's why the class was beneficial, and I plan on continuing classes when I get out. But I couldn't handle the grief, and even after all that time, I fell apart, and
Wow.
I relapsed, and I'm very ashamed of myself. But life throws curveballs. But I do know that coping skills are my problem, and that's what I've been working on since.
Okay. And I'm sorry for your losses. When did your father pass?
April of that previous year,
What year?
2019.
19. Okay. So you'd been using for a while then. Your relapse was back in 19?
No, probably like December of 2019, like the very end of it is when I finally completely relapsed. I had started drinking a little bit, but I just picked up the use at the end of the year.
Okay.
The divorce kind of hit me, and then everything just fell apart. And when I had to
So then
move
you
out,
were using for about 3 years?
I started dabbling, but then it just progressed, and then I just completely went off the deep end.
Okay. And at that time, but you were on probation, right?
Like I said,
For the DUI.
Yeah, and then I went into program. I told my probation officer I went into program. It was doing good for quite a while. It wasn't until after everything happened that I completely started using again, like full tilt.
Okay, but when you committed this offense, you were on probation and using. How did you avoid? Were you doing like drug testing and programming?
Yeah, like I said, I dabbled, but when you get back into that lifestyle, it makes it available to you. So I had dabbled, told my probation officer, went into program. I went to Rushford, detox, and started doing programs. And then after that all happened, and then after this whole incident, where like I got on probation, and then that I got kicked out of my apartment, was moving with my mom, I was starting to use again.
Okay.
Like really badly.
All right. So when you were sober for all of those years, what were you doing? How were you maintaining your sobriety?
I was doing AA meetings at least a minimum of 3 times a week. I prefer AA meetings over NAs because they just talk more. They're more friendly people.
Okay.
I was working about 60 hours a week. I was back to bowling. I was back into the PBA tours and doing all that stuff. And I had a good set of friends, and I was just doing good. I was married. I had my own business. I was working very hard.
Okay. All right. So you know what you have to do.
And that's what kills me, because I do know that I am very capable of doing extremely well.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm so proud of myself when I do well, and because I know that I can do anything. I bought a house with my fiance, then we got married, and I started my own landscaping business. I was doing fantastic.
Yeah. We did get the letter from Leprechaun Landscaping, your job offer. What do you do in the winter when there's no work?
No, that's year round. I do stonework, so we can actually still work in the winter. And then
What if it doesn't snow? We had a few storms last year.
Saves up.
What if it doesn't snow?
He saves up nuts like a
no,
squirrel.
that's fine, but we can do stonework.
Oh, stonework. I thought you said snow work. Okay.
No, stonework. Yeah, I'm a mason.
Okay.
I'm a mason.
A mason. Okay. Yep. I did see that. All right. So the landscaping business also does masonry work.
Correct.
Okay, good. And so you'll plan to go back to AA. Did you have a sponsor?
No, but I will this time. I wanted one, but the AA doesn't really. None of the sponsors really like to take on somebody with a drug problem. And
Okay.
yeah, so but this time I think I will do very well with a sponsor. I plan on getting one.
What do you guys
Okay.
think? Should
Is
it
your
be
girlfriend
parole?
in recovery too?
No.
Okay. All right, and you want to go live with your mom?
Yes, correct. She's very strong for me being sober, and she's a nurse's aide. She's been rooting for me my whole life, and she's strict when it comes to it. She watches me like a hawk.
Yeah. Well, it's got to be hard for a battle for a mom too. I can't imagine.
And that's the thing, the thing that hurts most is when a parent says they're disappointed in you, whether people believe me or not. When a parent looks at you disappointed, that crushes me inside.
Yeah. Okay. You had a lot of motor vehicle violations while you were on probation too. Is your license valid?
No, I'm able to get it reinstored as soon as I get out. So I was actually in the process of doing that when this happened.
Okay.
I'm eligible. I just have to pay the fine, get the breathalyzer put in the vehicle.
Okay. All right. Thank
Which
you
my
for
mom
answering
said
my
she'll help me
question.
do it.
Yeah. Ms. Chance?
So, Ms. Riley, I just want to quickly talk about, you sound like you were minimizing the use of alcohol. And from what my understanding is that sometimes heroin addicts do drink. So I heard, you were just using a little, but that's how you started out when you relapsed.
Right. I understand that it's a slippery slope and that it's not one of those things where I'm like, oh, I can drink because I can handle it. I know that it's an all or nothing kind of thing. And I didn't mean to minimize it so much as I know that opiates are my bigger problem, but I do know drinking is just one thing that leads to it.
I can't stop looking at that one tooth.
So
It's
you just
mesmerizing.
need to be careful of that. And
Absolutely.
I heard you saying how you get beat upon because people are disappointed in you. But what you need to remember, it's what you do after that counts.
Right.
Okay.
I 100% agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions. I'm all set.
Thank you.
What do you
Ms.
guys
Page?
think?
No questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, give us a few minutes to discuss your case, sir, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision.
Thank
Hey,
you.
My
All right.
apologies, guys. I just can't stop looking at that one
Mr.
tooth. It's like
Bagley
incredible.
appears to be back on the right path. He did it for 11 years. He had this relapse that went terribly wrong, obviously. But he has a plan for when he goes back out to the community to resume the sobriety that he had for 11 years. It sounds like he has some positive supports. He's participated in programming and hasn't received any disciplinary reports, has job waiting. I would be in favor of granting parole. Ms. Chance?
Hell
So
yeah.
madam, and I agree with that, all that you have said.
Thank you. Ms. Page? Okay. I have no alcohol, mental health evaluation, and no driving without the officer's permission. Is there anything further?
Nope.
All right. In the matter of Michael Bagley, MA number 377172, I'll make a motion to grant parole effective November 6th, 2024, with the following additional conditions: no consumption of alcoholic beverages, a mental health evaluation and treatment if deemed necessary, and no driving without your parole officer's permission because you need to take care of all of the fine and the breathalyzer. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you have any questions, sir?
No, thank you so much.
All right, keep working on yourself, okay? We believe in you.
I
Wish you
will.
the
Thank you
best.
so much. All right.
Just gonna close the hearing for Mike Bag.
Hey man, I'd rather let this guy out than the other people that were letting out in Iowa earlier on. When I started the other stream earlier on, man, they were letting out some real slippery scumbags with those type of crimes that you can't even mention around here. But yeah, no, he was a fast talker, and but you know, he like Mad Max wrote on there, you know, he articulated himself really well. We got the next gentleman coming up. Let's see who this is. And if he had a gun, he had a GUN on him. Nothing major, you know, just your regular, you know, type of crime activities, if you will. Like I said, I'd rather take that dude than he tells the truth. Oh man, live without warning. That's right. Man, California, they're gonna take all your teeth out, get some pliers, y vámonos. Ya estufas. All right, it's for anybody that wants to see the video feed. If you check this out right here, where I'm pointing at right there, and if you see right there, you'll be able to see the feed right now. I just keep on getting, they keep on putting me in a highly restricted area. So that's why.
Mr. Cruz.
Good morning.
Gonna go ahead and get started with your case. Morning. My name is Officer Shamroy. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information for preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zacmini.
Morning, panel member Page.
Good morning, George Chance.
Good
Sir,
morning.
please state your name and MA number for the record.
My name is Jose Cruz, MA number 288733.
Hearing being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Jose Cruz, MA number 288733. He is serving a sentence of 30 months, followed by 4-year special parole for possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics, criminal possession of a pistol revolver, failure to appear first, a violation of probation with the underlying offense possession of a controlled substance first offense. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 3rd, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. None. Utilizing a statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, good morning, ladies.
Ladies.
The reason why I think I should be granted parole, honestly, I'm tired of this. 1, 2, you know, I use this time to really think of being a part of my kids. You know, I also have some health issues that I just came out the hospital like a couple of days ago. So I'm just trying to see if I could just make it home as soon as possible because I have heart issues. So, you know, and just I take full responsibilities for whatever decisions y'all make.
All right, Mr. Cruz, thank you for your statement. We do have questions for you, sir, when we're done with deliberating and give you our decision. And we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cruz. So, how long were you in the hospital?
I was in the hospital because I have heart issues.
No. I just asked how long.
Well, I was there for a day.
1 day.
Oh, yeah.
So, you have not been able to complete any of the programs, but I know it probably has to do with the fact that were you out on bond after you were charged?
Correct.
And so, what were you doing with a gun?
What?
I don't have no excuse but just being a dummy.
At age 42?
At age 42, being a dummy.
You were not working and you indicated that you were selling drugs to support yourself.
Correct.
So why weren't you working?
If I sit here and tell you Why? I don't even know why. Because it's like I could go to work, but the way that I was brought up, always in life and street lifestyle. So, I can't sit here and tell you, oh, the reason why, because I'll be lying to you and telling you that, I will have an excuse, and I don't have no excuse, but just those was the decisions that I was making. An easy way out, basically, an easy way out.
How many kids do you have?
I have a 26, about to be 26 years old. He made me a grandfather already. I have a 5-year-old that I've never been part of her life. And I also just had a 1-year-old.
Hey, how old is
So
Cruz?
your oldest child is 26.
26.
And now you have a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old.
And a 1-year-old.
So just in thinking of terms, you say that you were so involved in the street life and you didn't think having a job was part of it. But you had the 2 children, so were you supporting them using the money that you got from selling drugs?
I mean, I've never dissed my kids. I've always been there, but I've never been there as in being a father. I've always been there as me giving them what they need.
Okay, and what I'm asking you is, whatever financial support you were providing, was that from the sale of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. So in your opening comments today, you said you were thinking about your kids. So in what context were you thinking about them?
This time, as me being I just turned 42 years old.
Oh, no.
Going home, getting a job and staying home.
What kind of job skills do you have, Mr. Cruz?
What kind of job I had?
What kind of job skills do you have?
I cut hair. And I know how to like set up for shows and stuff like that.
Do you have a license to cut hair? You mean like
No, I need to get my license, but I'm real good at cutting hair. I'm pretty good at cutting hair. I just haven't gotten my license. I haven't, no.
So is that something that you think you want to seek out?
Yes.
Is that a barbering license?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you know what it is that you have to do in order to gain that license?
First of all, get a job in order to be able to pay that. And go to school.
What kind of jobs are you going to look for?
I have connections right now to go and work for the convention center in Hartford.
Okay.
So there are 2 ways that I understand that you can do that. Did you at one time work for them but was paid under the table?
Yes, I worked for them. I worked for them for a period of time, and I was getting paid under the table. Yes.
So, if you want to change your life around and you're thinking about your kids, what would be the right way to get paid?
Legally. Pay stubs. Well, I could fill in my taxes. I don't even know what that feels like. So I'm trying to see what that feels like.
Is that job the kind of job that you can get paid on the books?
Yes, I could get paid. I could get paid on the books. But when I was working for it, I was involved with a friend of mine that hooked me up with a person that was just looking for people to do simple jobs.
So, Mr. Cruz, based on your history that you have, you have an extensive criminal history. So if you want to go straight or legal or turn your life around and be a father to your 2 young children and the new grandchild you have, you know what it is that you have to do.
I know exactly what I gotta do now. Yes.
Okay. So you want to get your barber's license, so you have to have your GED.
Correct. And
So
that
you
was
know what you have to do there.
yes, and I had stated that I want to also go to school to try to get my GED.
Right. So, you know, Mr. Cruz, and just looking at your history, you have not been very successful in the past on your community releases.
Hard to believe.
And you were on probation and special parole.
Correct.
Okay. So I don't think it's looking good for you today,
I don't think so.
but I just want to ask you one last thing. Why did you, that GR that you received, that was because you did not want to go to court. Was that correct at the time?
I had explained it to the officer that did my interview before this date. I had asked the CO what are the outcome if I wasn't going to court, and the person was a training officer,
Mm-hmm.
and he had told me that he wrote me a ticket for refusing court. I've never refused court because he gave me a shower to go to court and everything. Okay. And at that time I was working. At that time I had a job in Cheshire, and I didn't get to lose my job or nothing because the ticket wasn't like really.
Okay. So you also have a 5 for a drugstore.
Yes.
So whatever happens here today, you're going to go back out because you have 4 years of special parole.
Correct.
And because you've already violated special parole, you have to make sure you have a relapse prevention plan to help you stay clean, live in a sober community, and live a sober life.
Correct.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, I have no further questions for you. Thank you for sharing.
What do you guys think?
Thank you very much.
Do you guys think he's gonna get out? Hey, welcome,
So, Mr.
Peachy.
Cruz, I'm just curious to know who carries a weapon on them when they're on probation and special parole.
He does.
Nobody. No, I wasn't supposed to.
Right. And you are selling drugs and using 9 Percocets a day. And all of this while you were under supervision. Were you testing dirty on probation?
I wasn't out at that time. I guess it was COVID, so I wasn't going in for testing.
So you figured that since you didn't have to report for testing, that you could use drugs and sell drugs to support your habit.
Hello.
I honestly don't have no excuse, but if that's what it looks like, yes.
So that's what it was, right? I mean, because you weren't doing well. The last time that you were out in the community on parole, you didn't do well. You got 2 parole violations. You were testing dirty. You had 2 misconducts. They revoked your parole. They re-paroled you. You still went out there and came back with a new charge.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
It's a lot to overlook, Mr. Cruz. You know,
like I said, I take full responsibility, and I understand.
And I appreciate your accepting full responsibility.
I can't stay here and just give any excuse because I'm tired. I'm tired of keep going through the same thing over and over again, just giving excuses to try to make it home. And I've just been a failure. So whatever y'all throwing at me, I fully understand. And, you know, I just got to take it as a man.
Well, we did receive an evaluation for your chairman job. It was an excellent evaluation, so we know that you have a good work ethic. I just hope that you would take that back out with you into the community and apply that same mindset. To, can't cut hair high, you know.
I appreciate
and then
it. Thank you.
I heard you talking about your heart issue. When you're doing 9 perfect steps a day, yeah, that will give you a heart issue.
Yeah.
Unless you want to die, you have to let that stuff go. Your drug score is a 5, so
Yeah.
you really do have a problem.
I know.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Cruz, you know, you do have the 4 years of special parole, so you'll have the support and services that you need. Certainly hope that you can stay clean, because obviously you're sober right now.
Correct.
But you know, you were on special parole for the violation of probation, the possession, and just before you started that, you took Tier 4 and you did the aftercare program during your last incarceration. So it didn't appear to help you. The only advice I can give you is to use your parole officer and other supports that are offered to you. Really utilize them. Don't be afraid.
Correct.
All right, give us a few minutes to discuss your case, sir, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Cruz is rated out very high, and he has not taken any programs to address either his criminal record or his substance abuse. He hasn't done well on the previous community releases, and he was on special parole. The one good thing Mr. Cruz has going is that he developed some good work ethics.
Okay.
Because he said he never had to work before because he was used to living that criminal lifestyle.
That grind.
It's just unfortunate for Mr. Cruz, but he has a couple more months to go. I would not be in favor of discretionary parole today, so I had him denied. And I had criminal history, inadequate institutional program participation in evidence of offended change, and he was on special parole and probation.
Yeah. Ms. Page, thank you.
Damn, he was taking
Yes,
9
Madam
perks
Chair,
a day.
I cannot support Mr. Cruz discretionary parole today either, for the very same reason. He had the opportunity out there in the community and really was making poor choices. I hope that, like you said to him, that he will utilize these 4 years of special parole as a resource out there to help him stay straight and narrow, because coming back to prison and serving 4 years of special parole will certainly not be a good look.
Right. Is your driver's license suspended, sir?
Yes.
I'm not surprised.
All right, and I agree with everything my colleagues have said. For special parole, I have co-defendants and driving condition. Is there anything further?
Nope.
All right, Ms. Chance. In the matter of Jose Cruz, MA number 288733, I'll make a motion to deny discretionary parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, your offenses committed while on special parole and probation, and inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. I'll further move to set the following special parole conditions: no contact with the co-defendants Carlos Hernandez, Junio Ramos, I don't know if I'm reading my writing right, Kevin McCarthy, or Anthony Falzone, and no driving without your parole officer's permission. Is there a second? All
Second.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Sir, do you have questions? We couldn't grant you discretionary parole, but you are going to start your special parole soon at the end of this year. So we want to make sure that you're successful. Just stay away from your co-defendants, and you can't drive until you get your license figured out. And, you know, take whatever programs that are offered to you, sir. Okay. We wish you the best.
All right, thank you.
Next.
Let's conclude the hearing. Jose Cruz, MA number 2887.
All set?
Good to go.
All right, thank you.
Man, hey, he's 42 years old. He's shot out. I'm 43, and man, he's making 42-year-olds look bad. If there's any 42 years old out there, I'll be highly offended. All right, next it should be Highsmith. Last name Highsmith. Let's see what he got caught up for. It says a New Haven man arrested for. Oh, he got caught up for one of these here.
Morning, Mr. Highsmith.
How you doing? Good morning.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case.
He's been down since
Morning.
2019.
We're going to go ahead and get started with your case. Morning. My name is Paroles. Chairman. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zagnini.
Good morning, panel member Page.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Trevon Highsmith, 397793.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Trevon Highsmith, inmate number 397793. He is serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 4 years, followed by 4 years probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver, possession with intent to sell or dispense narcotics. As of today, record reflect parole eligibility date of March 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: voices, good intentions, bad choices, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So my wife, she's always complaining. She's always telling me not to quit my day job. She
Morning,
tells me
board
I'm not
members.
funny.
Please allow me the opportunity to thank you for taking time out of your day to grant me a parole hearing. I do understand that parole is a privilege and not a right. First and foremost, I would like to take full responsibility for my actions and unacceptable behavior. Please allow me to apologize to the New Haven Police Department, my community, and my family. I know that words cannot fix my mistakes from the past. First steps of rehabilitation is accepting responsibility for my past action. I have taken full responsibility for possession of firearm in my community where gun violence is a serious issue. Knowing that I played a part and contributing to the issue weighs on me very heavily. I fell under the spell of seeing others in my neighborhood carrying firearms, thinking that it was the thing to do. I now know as clearly as not. The person I am today understands that following the wrong leads in life will take me to the wrong places. Today, I recognize the importance of seeking out and emulating correct role models, which will enable me to be a good role model myself. Being that positive role model includes following the law, contributing to the education of young people, and helping them to avoid the pitfall I unfortunately fell into. In 2022, I lost my mother to bad health condition. Then my uncle committed suicide before my mother's funeral. This was the worst. This is the most painful experience of my life. I was not prepared for it. I fell into deep depression and then seek counseling or therapy to help me identify my process and my emotions. I distanced myself from my family, secluded myself from my loved ones. I resorted back to hanging around with old associates and fell back into negative habits and self-medicating. I wasn't in the proper frame of mind. I should have sought out a therapist. Since being incarcerated, I have had the opportunity to speak to a licensed therapist about my depressions and ways to process my pain. I feel good to have someone to speak to, especially because the person I used to speak to about everything was my mother. I currently met with my therapist at Cybulski once a week. I can only say that I have learned a great deal about myself and how to better process my emotions. Upon my release, my plan is to find a family therapist who I can see regularly with my younger siblings. I want them to know that I am here for them and how important taking care of our mental health is for all of us. I truly regret my poor decision. The feeling of regret and remorse led me to self-reflect and spark the beginning of a process of the true rehabilitation. Now every day I continue my journey of personal growth and development. During this process, I heard of the Second Chance program, and I thought that it might be a great fit for me. So I took the initiative to reach out and enroll in enough unit where our mantra is embracing new opportunities and upholding good habits. This mindset will help us break the cycle of recidivism. Once I got here, I knew this was the right unit for me to continue to do the necessary work on myself to eradicate my character defect that caused me to make poor choices of my past. During my time of incarceration, I have completed numerous programs, including Voices, Good Attention, Addiction, Lifestyle, Transgender Group, and more.
Voices help me understand that every action and poor decision that someone makes can affect so many others, not only the victims, but their families, first responders, our community, and the list goes on and on. And good attention bad choices, I learned how to make better decisions in life to prevent me from coming back to prison. I also learned that it's not always your attention that matter, it's the choices that you make that are important and the consequences of those choices. In addiction lifestyle transition group, I learned to take heed of necessary steps and process on how to go about changing my life and lifestyle, how to remove the negative people, places, and things out of my life by setting higher standards and boundaries and making my old lifestyle non-negotiable. I can only say that today I am a changed man. I now fully recognize the error of my ways. My possession of gun as a young black man was only serving to perpetuate the epidemic of gun violence in our communities. I can now honestly say, after all I have learned, that this is a mistake I'll never make again. I am now ready to become part of the solution instead of part of the problem. Upon my release from prison, I will intentionally be living with my aunt. This will provide me with a very, very stable, supportive home from which to launch me in my new life. I will seek and retain a therapist as my first priority. I will diligently apply myself to securing full-time employment. Once I am working, I will pursue trainings with the goal of obtaining my CDLs. I will continue to further my education to regard to financial literacy and focus on building my credit score. I also will renew my home improvement contractor license in order to keep as many options open for myself as possible. Eventually, I will seek housing outside the New Haven area on my own. Once I have established a good foundation, this will enable me to continue my path toward a new, better life, and I will never grow complacent. As I recognize that this is a journey of not a destination. In closing, I would like to thank the parole board for considering to offer me the opportunity to become a productive member of society. I also would like to thank the Second Chance Program for offering me individuals like myself the opportunity to change.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Highsmith. We appreciate it. How long did it take you to write that?
About
3 soups.
Nice. All right. Well, we certainly appreciate you putting the effort in to come and speak to us today. We do have questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll deliberate and give you our decision. We will begin with my colleague, Ms. Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Highsmith, I agree with the chair. That was a great opening statement. You covered a lot of ground. I appreciate your accepting responsibility for your actions and for recognizing the harm that being in possession of a gun unlawfully, the harm that it causes our communities. And I also heard that you learned some very interesting things in your programs, and in particular, the Second Chance program really has been very helpful for you. And I'm glad that it's helping you renew your mindset, your mind, and it's giving you the motivation to really go out there and make better decisions and do better things with your life. Yeah, you're 29, so you still have so much life ahead of you. And once you put this craziness behind you, hopefully you will be able to go out there and do great things. So let's start. One, I heard you talk about your release plan, which included your seeking a job. You wanted to go to next to get your CDL. You want to get your education, and financial literacy, credit score, all that stuff. So in the information that we reviewed for today, the officer said that you wanted to go and live with your aunt. But now you're saying your mom?
No, my mom passed away. If I could be granted parole, I will be staying with
that's what you said. With your aunt? You said with your aunt?
Yes.
Okay. I did read that. I did read the letter that you sent to the officer, by the way, and I do my sympathy for the losses that you've experienced. I thought that that's what you said in your statement. That's why I said, you broke down his mom, but maybe I misheard what you said. So we weren't able to really confirm your aunt as your sponsor. So I'm glad you have her in the community for support. I heard you talk about some siblings too. How many siblings?
I have 2, a brother and a sister.
Are they older or younger?
Younger.
And who are they with?
That my sister is on her own, and my little brother stays with my aunt.
The aunt that you want to go and live with?
Yes.
Is this, are they having any difficulties with the law, your younger brother?
No.
Good, that's good. Your aunt have children too?
Say it again.
Does your aunt have children too?
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about your behavior in the facility has been great. You're participating in all the positive programs that you can. It looks like you're able to be in there without receiving any disciplinary infractions, which is awesome. You know, these are all the things that we'd like to see. My issue with your behavior in the community is that you were on probation for a firearm, right?
Yes.
And in that case, you actually discharged the firearm at someone, right?
Yes.
What was that all about? Why were you at the diner and why did you feel the need to shoot at this victim?
Damn, son.
I actually had, it was a miscommunication, and I wasn't thinking. I was hanging around the wrong people at the time, and I took it upon myself to do that, which was not a great idea.
So were you always in possession of firearms? Is that something that you did because of the people you were around?
No.
So I don't know what would make you feel comfortable enough, though, to pull the firearm out and actually discharge it. Was it because you were angry with the victim? What was going on?
Yes, I had a problem with him. But I regret it.
And so now you're in the car with your co-defendant, Marquis?
Yes. Yes.
And where were you guys going?
We wasn't going nowhere. We were sitting outside my grandparents' house, and the police saw me before I got there. And prior to that, I had got chasing my vehicle, and I got away, and they seen the vehicle, and then I was sitting outside my grandparents' house, and that's when they boxed us in, and I had a firearm and the drugs.
So wait a minute. So you were sitting in front of the house. So when you saw the police, did you try to drive off?
Yes.
And you crashed into some garbage cans and some bushes?
Yes.
And then you got out of the car and tried to run?
Yes.
And then they caught you on somebody's porch because you were trying to go into somebody's house. Why were you running from they caught you on the porch. You were trying to enter into someone's residence. You were running away from it.
Yes.
And why did you run?
Because I didn't want to get caught.
Okay, so if you don't want to get caught, why are you trying to sell drugs when you're on probation?
I wasn't in the right state of mind, and I was going through the depression with my mom, so I just started hanging around old friends again.
Right, but you acquired yet another firearm to sell those drugs.
Yes.
And where'd you get the money for the gun?
I saved it up when I was working.
Where were you working? Oh, under the table, watching the stuff?
Yes.
You would spend your money on that instead of trying to help, get yourself stable out in the community? This doesn't make sense. You seem like a fairly intelligent young man. You have your high school diploma. Why didn't you try to find work or try to seek help for your depression and things like that?
I wasn't thinking. I distanced myself from my family that was trying to help me, and I just went the wrong route.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because, we know now that you are not afraid to discharge a firearm, and you went back out in the community and immediately got another, And
Yes.
Why didn't you tell your probation officer that you were struggling?
I didn't know how to talk to people at the time. I wasn't good with just talking to people at the time. Till I met the therapist here, and I let a lot off my chest.
So you think anger played a role in some of your choices? I know that
Yes.
you were upset, but, and you talked about your angers with the,
Yes.
and that's something that I read that you intend to continue when you're out in the community.
Yes.
And you don't have any children, you don't have a drug problem, you just made bad choices.
Yes.
Were you smoking marijuana when you were out there?
No, I just made 2 wrong mistakes in my life.
Yeah, that's scary. You know, when you start getting, you see on the news, all these people, innocent people losing their lives because people want to take the law into their own hands and settle their own disputes. And when you sell drugs, that carrying a gun kind of comes with the territory, unfortunately. Yeah. So have you seen your co-defendant, Mr. Johnson, since you've been in there?
No.
And is he related to you at all?
No.
So you would have no reason to be in contact with him anymore, right?
No.
Yeah. And you talk to your aunt regularly?
Yes.
And your sibling, your sister, she's doing well?
She's working, but she ended up starting to drinking. I feel like that's a part of me that I led her wrong to be doing that. But I'm ready to get back out there and take responsibility of my siblings.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though, Mr. Highsmith, you know, unfortunately, death is a part of life, you know. It's done, you know, it's not something that we can cancel, you know, it happens to all of us. And I'm glad to hear you acknowledge that, listen, I didn't have the skills to cope with that, right? And now I understand that it's okay for me to talk to someone. And that is, honestly, that is a part of maturing. You know, I'm old enough to know now that I'm not less of a man because I choose to talk about the problems. In fact, that makes you a whole grown up. So I just hope that you can carry that out into the community and really do put your best foot forward and make better choices, because you're accumulating a history that you're not going to be able to come back from if you continue down this path.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I do want to point out, sir, that you received excellent evaluations from Voices and Good Intentions, Bad Choices programs. Are you still working in the facility?
Yes.
What are you doing?
Do janitor work in the dorm that I live in.
Okay, good. All right. So I thought I read in your interview with the parole officer that you said you were not selling drugs at the time you were arrested for the weapon. Were you selling drugs or not?
I was.
You were. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe that was, I don't know. It says in here that you said you were doing regular family stuff and you weren't selling drugs. You were working under the table. Okay. I happen to hear that you're taking response. I just wondered maybe they were your co-defendant's drugs or something. Which brings me to another point. You really have to choose your surroundings better. Mm-hmm. You know, if you don't have positive friends, then you find new friends that are doing good things.
I have positive friends, but I just brushed them off to go hang with the wrong ones, which I regret.
Okay. And are they still there for you now?
Yes. And
good.
The ones that I was hanging with at the time of this case, I haven't heard from them.
Right. So your positive friends who are doing good things, what are they doing? Give me some idea. What kind of jobs are they holding?
They got their own company, got their own CDL trucks, working, taking care of their family.
That's great. And I'm sorry if you mentioned this, but what do you plan to do for work when you're released?
When I get released, I will find a job anywhere till I find a better position. But when I would get released, I want to open my home contractor license back up and do home improvement.
Yeah. Well, that's a good goal. That's definitely achievable. Just have to work and save some money, right?
Yes. And I want to attend to next driving school to get my CDLs.
Yeah. It's a good idea, especially if you have friends who are successful in that field. Okay. Ms. Chance?
Didn't you have a home improvement license before?
Yes.
So what do you have to do to renew it?
I will have to pay the fee to renew my license. I haven't done it in years, but I would do side jobs for my aunt. She owned houses, and I would do side jobs for her, like drywalling, fencing, tiling on the.
You were doing all that good stuff along with your good friends, and then you chose to go with the bad friends because I heard you say what all your good friends are doing, and you had your home improvement license, so you were all on the right track. And I am sorry to hear about, the loss of your mom and your uncle following so closely. But you're 29, so, the older you get is the more you have to look at the decisions that you're making. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you still doing your dorm job?
Say that again?
Are you still doing your dorm job, or did you quit?
I'm still doing it. I quit it, but I still help out with it. Once I got back to the program, I still help out, but I'm not getting paid for it. I still volunteer to help out with the dorm job.
Oh, okay.
What do you guys think? Would you
Okay,
you
well,
found suitable?
I have no further questions. I just wanted to clarify, about your home improvement license. And just to remind you that being paid under the table is not good.
I know.
Okay. All right, well, thank you for clarifying and answering my question.
Thank you, Ms. Chandler. Sir, why did you quit your job?
Because it was a miscommunication in the dorm, and I didn't want to be a part of that. So I thought I didn't mean to quit. I was trying to reclassify for the job.
What was the miscommunication?
That it was an inmate saying that we wasn't doing our job, but we really was. And instead of me getting into it, I took it upon myself to try to go reclassify for another job, so I won't have to deal with that or catch any tickets.
Okay. But so why didn't you get another job?
Say it again.
You said you were trying to get a different job. Why didn't you get another job?
I put in for a different job. We're just waiting to hear for a new job.
Oh, okay. All right. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case amongst ourselves, sir, and we'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it sounds like he was probably going to get fired rather than get fired. He quit and tried to get another job before it was any issue. But
Nelly, that's right. He got mad and he quit.
This case is very concerning to me because we really do take the firearm charges very serious. It's the second firearm. He has participated in the appropriate programming, and he has refrained from receiving any disciplinary infractions. But it sounds as if Mr. Highsmith is able to identify why he was behaving in the way that he was, and he sounds like he has a really good plan to go out and continue to address his grief issues and depression, and he wants to make better decisions. He has a plan to go out there, support in the community. I would give him an opportunity on a discretionary parole to go out there and prove himself, with the understanding that parole does have arresting powers. And should he decide to go and start to sell drugs or acquire another firearm, he'll be right back in prison. I mean, that's not my desire for him.
Right.
But that's what's at stake here. So I really do think that he's motivated. Why not give him a chance to do it?
Thank you. I agree. I mean, he has taken good programs and stayed out of trouble.
Oh, it looks good for him.
And he does have a positive release plan. And I heard a lot of insight and growth in him here today. When he gets into the community, it's a different story. We all know that, but I'd like to give him the opportunity. Ms. Chance?
I agree with both of you. And I especially liked when he said, he heard about the second chance program and went and volunteered and found out information that's going to help him when he goes back out. And he was doing some positive things, had positive friends, because he did have his home improvement license before. But then when his mom and his uncle died, he just reverted to his old friend. So I agree with both of you.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a co-defendant and a halfway house if it's needed. Anything further?
Okay.
All right, this matter of Trevon Highsmith, inmate number 397793. I'll make a motion to grant parole effective March 19th, 2025 with the following additional conditions. You're to have no contact with your co-defendant Marquise Johnson, and you'll be placed in a halfway house if it's needed, only because we weren't able to confirm with your aunt. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any questions, sir?
Can I go home
No,
today?
One question, for the aunt, was the number not working or?
The note says,
I think it said a voicemail was full or something.
it says,
Yeah, I know that she,
officer
I know-
attempted to make contact and was unsuccessful. Voice box was full. It couldn't leave a message.
Yeah.
Right.
yeah, I know that she had her phone on like some type of mode where, spam risk calls, but, I know I could get in contact with her.
Okay, so when you get in contact with her, you have her call. We can't leave a message, so we're not gonna.
Yes.
We can't keep calling. But if you can work that out with your aunt, then yeah, the halfway house is just a backup, so they don't keep you if we can't get a hold of your aunt.
I know, yes. So
All
what number do I have to call? Do I have to give it to Shamrock or?
Basically, all you gotta do is just let her know if she sees something from the state of Connecticut, because we no longer, they've already granted you parole today, so we are done as far as that. But Parole and Community Services, I don't wanna reach out to her, basically ask the same kind of questions and schedule a home investigation. So when they call, just make sure that she's picking the phone up for them, but she doesn't need to call anybody because nobody's ready to release you. Parole and Community Services will get your information after today, and then when they're ready, they will reach out to her.
All right, thank you.
Okay?
All right, we wish
Gracias.
you the best, sir.
Thank you so much.
This concludes the hearing for Highsmith, inmate number 397799.
Yes, no for me, but if
Oh.
you wanted to write something different.
No,
All right, did they put us on mute? All right, so we got the next case coming up. So in this hearing, how many more do we have? I think we got 2 more coming up. Should be for next one up should be Vincent, and the one following him should be Jordan, and that'll conclude the one for this parole agent. And then we'll go ahead and switch over to the other one because they had a dual one today in Connecticut. And for those of you that are wondering what's going on with the visuals, unfortunately they keep on restricting me, so I can't keep up the visual on the screen more than a few seconds. So I'll go ahead and give you guys a glimpse of the individual right now when they finish fixing the camera, and we'll go ahead and keep on going.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh,
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get started with your case.
they messed up the camera over here.
Morning, my name is Professor Shamrock. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record. Certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Panel member Page, good morning.
good morning to a chance.
Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Vincent Martinoli, Martinoli, inmate number 373064.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of a parole application for Vincent Martinoli, inmate number 373064. He is serving a sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 25 months, followed by 5 years probation for February 3rd. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 16, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. None. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score in the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. So this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I have a letter I would like to read.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, dear members of the parole board, I am writing this letter to respectfully request your consideration for my parole. I fully understand the gravity of the mistakes I have made and take full responsibility for my actions. My time in prison has given me the opportunity to reflect deeply on my past, recognize my faults, and work diligently towards becoming a better person. During my incarceration, I have actively engaged in the MAT and Cruz program that helped me grow personally and professionally. They have equipped me with valuable skills that I am eager to use upon my release. I have spent a great deal of time reflecting on the impact of the victims, my family, and the community. I am deeply remorseful for the pain I've caused, and I am committed to making amends in any way possible. I understand that earning trust back is a long process, and I am prepared to work tirelessly to prove that I am worthy of a second chance. Upon my release, I have a solid plan in place to reintegrate into society successfully. I have secured employment with my mother-in-law's company, Wolf Walkers LLC, and have a strong support system through my family and the community. I am dedicated to living a law-abiding, productive life and contributing positively to society. I am committed to continuing my personal growth and making responsible choices. I believe my actions moving forward will speak louder than my past mistakes, and I am determined to prove that I am deserving of the opportunity. Thank you for considering my request, and I am hopeful that you will see the positive changes I have made and the sincere desire I have to be a productive member of society. I am ready to embrace this new chapter of my life and make a meaningful difference for my family and for my son. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinoli. You mentioned in your statement you're in the MAT program, and what else?
It was a Caruso program in Bridgeport County.
I missed it again. What is it? Say it slower.
It was for like a methanol program.
Oh, right. I thought you said something else. Okay. Have you done any other programs besides the MAT program?
I haven't. I've been signed up, but I haven't taken any.
What about NA? Did you go to NA or AA?
Not in this facility. In the Bridgeport, I did.
Why aren't you going now?
I'm more interested for like the C-car program I was trying to get involved into. That I'm not big on the steps, you know. During the steps, I was on the second step, and it's more faith-based for me, and I'm not really into that, to be honest with you.
All right. What type of company does your mother-in-law own?
Dog walking.
Dog walking. That's where you're going to work?
Yes.
I mean, is that a legit job where you're going to pay taxes full time?
Well, yeah, it's just for coming into society slower. But I do construction for a living. But I really want to take the time on working on myself. You know, that way I can go to, like, if I have to do IOP or anything, it's easier for me to work around things.
Mm-hmm. You're going to live with your mother. You want to live with your mother?
Yes, ma'am.
We did get a support letter from your sister-in-law. I want to let you know that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm a little confused because in your interview with the parole officer, you basically implied that this was all a big misunderstanding, right? That you were involved with this couple, the victim.
Yes.
So why did they call the police on you then?
Well, so we were engaged in a sexual relationship, and I had been off the opiates for a while, and the gentleman whose husband or boyfriend, I guess they were together for a while, and he couldn't perform on her, and I was there with her. I was able to get high with them, and I did work for them, and you know, she had a crush on me, and I was performing with her because he couldn't. And one night I had there was dope on the ground, and her and I had picked it up, and I nodded off. I woke up and he was rubbing up my leg. Wow. And I kind of freaked out and beat him up. It was it's a crazy situation. It confused me. I didn't know what was going on. You know, I just woke up and there was a man touching me, and I'm not, you know, it's really embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
He's confused.
So then
I'm confused.
why in your opening statement are you apologizing for this crime if you don't feel that you committed it. It's a burglary.
Well, I did beat the gentleman up.
Okay, so
No.
you're apologizing, but
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
were not convicted of assault. Okay,
Yeah, I don't, it's what my public defender
Yeah.
and them agree to, you know what I mean? I got a 6-year-old son that has special needs at home. You know, I'm trying to get home and better myself for him also, you know?
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, you have a drug score of a 5, which is the highest we have. So you had a serious addiction issue, and your case is unique because you started using older at a later age, right?
depression, man. Yes.
Okay. So at 28 years old, you start using drugs because you're depressed?
Yeah. Well, I had always been depressed for as long as I can remember. I just, growing up, I was kind of hard-headed and didn't really want to show anybody my weakness. You know, I went through a lot growing up. My father's an alcoholic, addiction runs in the family. And, you know, I don't know, I had a nervous breakdown. My son was born and I was doing great. And it just, things started to get, it started overloading. I thought I can handle everything. I couldn't at that time. And I was too hard-headed to ask for help, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you never sought any type of treatment?
Not before that, man, no. Well, when I was younger, like, for ADHD and stuff like that, but we kind of refused it growing up.
Yeah. All right. You know, it's disappointing that you weren't able to get into any programs. What is your relapse prevention plan in the community?
So I have, I've been trying to look into the Phoenix app, which is an app for, I guess, for users that aren't really into the NA and AA things for meetings, but there's different things you can do in the community with them. So, and then I have utilizing my support systems. My sister and my sister-in-law are very, very, very supportful of me. And I want to try to look into different recovery centers and try to get an IOP and stick it to my methadone.
Okay. All right, Ms. Chance?
Mendoza, when did you attend Lebanon Pines?
Say again, ma'am?
When did you attend Lebanon Pines program?
I went into Lebanon Pines November of last year. I think it was November 12th.
Of 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
You were there for what, 60 days?
59 days total.
What did you do there?
I did mental health evaluations. We covered a lot of different topics. My big thing was talking, because I was very shy about my addiction and very, very prideful of, admitting I was an addict. So I was kind of still on the first step in admitting to my addiction.
Did you complete that 59 days successfully?
No, ma'am. I left on an AMA. My son was my son's autistic, and we don't have any benefits or anything. Like I said before everything, I worked. I made decent money, and my son's mother didn't have enough money to pay for his after school programs. And at that time, I had been away already, I think 6 or 7 months. So she had about a week to pay for the last, I think it was the last 3 months for his after school classes. And I went home and and took a couple of jobs on. I was home for 4 days. I made $1,000, paid for that, and then got sentenced.
So I'm a little confused here. You said when you were at Lebanon Pines that you were supporting yourself with food stamps and the money you saved.
Yes. No, well, there was, so when you get into that program, they automatically, through your insurance, they get you food stamps there. That's automatic. And then whatever couple of dollars I had saved up, you know, from years of savings, little stuff, you know, but.
So you didn't think it was important to complete that job, that treatment program?
No, I did. I was, you know, it was kind of a rash decision of mine that, you know, I regret. I did have another 2 weeks left to complete the program. You know, there was, I was on my way out the door, and you know, I'm regretful for not finishing it, but, you know, I jumped the gun, basically.
So was that before you went on the methadone?
No, I was on
methadone. You said you started methadone in July.
No, I was on methadone.
2023.
Yeah, I was currently on methadone then. I've been on methadone the whole time that I've been incarcerated, so.
You blew the program for 2 weeks. That would have allowed you to complete it, leave with a good. You indicated that you want to live a sober life in a sober community. You had the opportunity at Lebanon Pine to address both your mental health and substance abuse. It was a 60-day program, and you left after 59 and a half days.
Yes, ma'am. I had about another week and a half until I was able to get to completion.
And how do you think you're going to live a sober life? You don't like NA and AA, you don't like the 12 steps. So what do you think is going to work for you?
Well, when I was in the program, I was introduced to the C-card, and I've never heard of anything like that before. And like I said, you know, I was kind of being brought up. I was kind of born into like being forced on faith. And and as an adult now, I see otherwise, you know, and a lot of the steps.
How many steps did you do?
Second step. I made it to the second step.
Oh, you just went to the second step.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that C-CAR is going to do for you that Lebanon Pine can't, and all the other programs that you don't like?
Well, Lebanon Pines was great for me. I never said that there wasn't any. I love Lebanon Pines. I was able to open up in Lebanon Pines. What I needed was therapy in life. I needed to admit to I was depressed. That's why I was using, you know, and me being around other addicts and listening to their stories made me open up in life. You know, it made me realize that I wasn't just the only one. And it's been hard.
It ain't easy being cheesy. He's been lying through his teeth nonstop.
You also said that you were doing property maintenance for the victims.
Yes.
So is that what you were doing for them when all this came about?
Yes, I was. I met them at a gas station through a friend. They were trying to get store drugs. So was I. They had a car. We exchanged numbers. They lived on a really, really big estate, and they needed somebody to come and cut their lawn, do painting the house, little stuff around there, and I needed work at the time. I wasn't working, and I was bouncing back and forth from my mother's to my son's mother's house, back and forth. I needed some money to get high, to be honest with you.
Need that clavo.
And so you were using the money for the drugs instead of helping out with the care of your son.
At the time, yes.
Okay. Thank you for answering my questions. I have no further.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chance. I forgot to ask you about this disciplinary report that you got a few months back for flagrant disobedience. Why such a strong and angry reaction to the correction officer?
I was fasting at the time.
Okay.
And the officer wasn't on that block, and I was trying to bring my food back to my cell. It was about 6 hours into my fasting, and I was hungry. I have never dealt with the woman before, and I think it was a little. The report was a little bit overblown than what it was, because I did walk away, and I didn't fight the ticket because it was just.
Wait, are you implying that you walked away but you didn't say the things that are in the report?
Oh, I some of the stuff I said, yeah, yes, I did.
I mean, who speaks to people that way? Would you talk to a boss that way at work?
Never, but when you're being talked to also like that, and I just started fasting, man. I was a little frustrated and angry, and
A little bit hungry. Maybe needed a Snickers bar.
Unacceptable. Ms. Page.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to talk to him about the disciplinary infraction as well, but I'm just stuck on stupid about your explanation of what occurred with your actual offense. So you said to the chair that you were having a sexual relationship with the female victim because the male victim was incapable of performing.
Yeah, let's hear a little bit more of that.
So why would he feel on your leg if he couldn't perform?
I honestly, I have no idea, man.
Good question.
I have zero clue. I had woken up from nodding off, and it scared me. I had not a clue.
So why does the victim say that they were asleep and you were in their room?
Things have taken a turn.
I have no idea, ma'am. I was there. I was getting high with them. It was.
So why would they call the police? Why would they call the police sirens? I'm just not understanding your story.
Ma'am?
You told
when I was in their house.
You told the officer that the boyfriend left to go get the drugs.
Yes.
And then came back, and he dropped the drugs on the floor. It doesn't make sense.
So we were smoking crack all night. I had been off heroin for like a month. When he left to go get more crack, we had gotten up and went to go clean ourselves off, and there was a fold of heroin on the floor, which I think he might have put it there to try to get me to get me messed up, to be honest with you, because I hadn't touched it in a month. Nor had she, because we had both woken up. But when I had gotten up, I freaked out. I beat him up. It scared her too. They're they live in a $12 million house. Okay, they have a lot of money. Their reputation was at stake. She got scared. I have no idea, man.
What? Her reputation, why would she say? It just makes more sense that that's a reason why you would try to go in their house and take things or ask them for drugs, because you knew they did drugs and you knew that they had money to buy drugs, instead of this whole story about sex that I didn't read anything about at all. And the victims say that they were asleep and you came and were standing over their bed. Did you know that? Did you read the police report?
No.
Yeah.
No.
This is really disturbing, by the way. And you know, I'm done. I just couldn't understand.
All right.
That story was.
Thank you. Give us a few minutes to discuss your case, sir.
That's
We'll
a
get back
wild
to
one.
shortly with our decision.
Thank you.
That was wild.
All right, so
That was
I mean, this
definitely
is
a
a
wild
tough one
ride.
for me, right? Because we know that he's got serious addiction issues. There's no programs here. We have this disciplinary report, which is concerning earlier this year. You know, he didn't want to do the meetings, isn't into the 12-step, but we have no indication that he's reached out to CCAR either. He does have support in the community, some work skills or a job waiting. He had an opportunity at drug treatment in the community that he failed with 2 weeks left. He's got 5 years of probation to follow his sentence. No time really to rehear this case if we wanted him to do programs and come back to us, right? Because he's done in July 25. So Ms. Chance.
It's a denial for me, Madam Chair. You know, I still can't understand how he walked away from that treatment program, which is one of the best treatment programs that they have for both mental health and substance abuse. He was doing so well addressing all his issues about why he was using. And he drops out after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That was just last November.
Right.
You know, and now he comes, he hasn't been able to do any programs, and then he received that DR, which I thought was, you know, so derogatory to the CEO.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Page, you said you were denial as well.
Yes, for institutional investment and lack of program participation and evidence of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. In the matter of Vincent Martinoli, MA number 373064, I'll move to deny parole for the following reasons. Poor institutional adjustment, the disciplinary report, inadequate program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, sir. Well, you do have 5 years of probation. You're done with your sentence in July, so we hope you'll get the help that you need during your probation period. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Vincent
He's out.
Martinoli, May number 3730.
All right. So this is going to be the last one for this hearing, but we have another one coming up right after that. They did 2 separate hearings in Connecticut today. So once this one's over, we're going to start up the other one. Man, that guy was definitely taking us on a ride. Man, he was. I might look like I was born yesterday. I might look like I was born yesterday, but I definitely wasn't born yesterday night. If you know what I'm saying. I was definitely done with listening to him. I'm surprised the Board of Parole let him go on for so long. He just couldn't keep his story straight. Just jumped over to phase 2 of the program. Things don't work like that. What world are you living in? Ten more months to go. All right, he didn't care. Yeah, he's getting out in July anyway, so he's what is he like? 10 months from the house. Big Papa. I'm gonna show you guys on a TikTok so you guys can see the next guy that's up.
Sir, we'll be right with you.
He has the Edgar going on right there. What do you guys think? Tony, why that's the sound effects get me going every time. You know, as a matter of fact, I actually need to add. There's two other sound effects that I want to add. Maybe I'll do that today. I'm off of work today. I got a day off, so I'm gonna go ahead and add two more little sound effects. I'm gonna add crickets, and then I'm gonna add another one, the perfect from Street Fighter 2. So be on the lookout for the new updated sound effects. So we have a total of 4 different sound effects from now on. And I moved my setup a little bit, rearranged everything so it could be a little bit more comfortable while I am doing these hearings, because sometimes I'm sitting down here for quite a bit of time, so I need to be able to move around freely without any obstructions. Having this microphone, this table in front of me, especially when I'm closer to the payphone, I get stuck. So the kid's eating well. Oh man. Yeah, hey Margaret. Yeah, he was digging his own grave. Sometimes they don't know how to stop. Like that one guy from yesterday. I'm not sure if how many of you were here for the one from yesterday, but that one guy that just wouldn't stop. Like he had an answer for everything. I think if I would have asked him like, hey, who took out JFK, I'm pretty sure he would have had an answer for that. If I would have asked him about the moon landing, I'm pretty sure he would have popped up with something else. So he was definitely he just wouldn't stop. And for those of you wondering from yesterday that didn't catch it yesterday, it was the hearing from yesterday from Connecticut. I don't recall at one point it was, but he was definitely he was nonstop. Let me see over here. Let me see the comments. Get Rolling Band song. All right, I'm gonna look it up. I'm not familiar with the song, but I'll look it up. And Rolling Band song Liars as sound effects. Okay. I'll check it out. Margaret, I stop off for this. Tito at school. I'll tell him about the sound. He's gonna trip and laugh. That's right. Oh yeah. Let me see. Not the moon landing. Yup. All right. So right now, we're
Morning,
just.
Mr. Mendoza.
All right.
Good morning.
All right.
Going to go ahead and get started with your case.
All right.
And Mr. Officer Shamlin, today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Morning, panel member Page.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Sir,
morning
please
to
state
you all.
your name. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jordan Mendoza, 444-772.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jordan Mendoza, inmate number 444-772. He's serving a sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 2.5 years, followed by 3 years probation for corrupt organization racketeering act and possession of intent to sell expense narcotics. And so today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 16, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan to the offender. There's been review towards the offenders related to following programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offenders overall score in the SRT involved within a high range of risk for recidivism. Sir, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel I should be granted parole. First and foremost, I take full accountability and responsibility for all my actions, my bad decisions I made. Was in the right state of mind. I made a horrible decision. Affected me, affected my family, took me away from my daughter. Now I'm a very active father in her life, and she's not understanding what's going on. And I made a horrible decision, not thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza, for your statement. We have questions for you, and when we're done, we'll deliberate, give you our decision here today. We'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yeah, so Mr. Mendoza, you forgot who else had attracted in your opening comments. So you got involved in selling drugs in the community.
Correct.
And what do you think happens to the people that you were selling the drugs to?
It's affecting them badly. It's taking over their lives. It's putting them in the right bad state of mind as well. It's taking away their money. They're affecting their families also. It's a terrible thing.
So tell me, you said that you were not in your right state of mind. How did you get connected to this corrupt organization, racketeering business that you were involved in?
Plain and simple, me making wrong decisions, being around the wrong people. And that's how basically I got involved in this situation. My first time ever being incarcerated, and that's pretty much all I could say. Like, I got involved in bad things, making the wrong choices in life, not taking the right steps.
So did someone approach you? Did you know the people that were selling the drugs before and you approached them?
I made my own decisions in this. It was my decision. Nobody forced me to do anything. I just.
Okay, so you're not hearing me. Did you approach them or did they approach you?
I approached them.
Okay, you approached them.
Correct.
And you said you were going through a financial situation trying to support your family.
Correct.
So you were unemployed.
Mm-hmm.
And you told the parole officer that you never had a legal job. Why is that?
At the time, didn't really apply, wasn't really applying myself. And then my grandmother ended up getting like breast cancer, so I was kind of like in the house more, just taking care of her, making sure she's okay, just doing her day-to-day stuff, helping her. And I wasn't really applying myself in the community at that time.
This guy,
Mr. Mendoza, you're 30 years old.
Mm-hmm.
This guy looks like a rock
Why
muncher.
is it that you never had a job? And yes, I hear you that your grandmother was sick and needed help. Did your grandmother have medical insurance?
At the moment, I don't think she did. And I was just helping her in the house, like getting her to the bathroom at the time. She was very weak, helping her, cook for her.
Mr. Mendoza, how was she living?
She was working also.
So she was employed.
Correct.
And she stopped working when she got sick?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so you never had any jobs, so you took the easy way out to stay home and take care of her? And you can't tell me that she couldn't seek medical help and get someone to help her, because I happen to know that there are community agencies in the community where people who don't have insurance can go and get help.
Okay, correct. I just made the wrong choice.
So you haven't completed any programs. Do you have any job skills?
I mean, I've done stuff as far as landscaping and stuff like that, shoveling, like with helping people to make money, but it was nothing like on paper.
So I know one of the things that you were concerned about was you said you did not feel your sentence was fair, that you attributed committing this offense because you were going through a financial situation and trying to support your family. What do you think happens when other people become unemployed? Do you think they all go out and commit crimes? Do you think they all choose to go out and sell drugs?
No.
So do you think that's a good reason for what you did?
Honestly, like I told you, I was not thinking. I was in the wrong state of mind at the time.
Uh-huh.
But during my incarceration, I realized a lot, and I realized what I got to do and be a better civilian to society.
Hey, you ain't right, live.
So I know you, the thing is, Mr. Mendoza, and I know that this is your first offense and your first incarceration.
Correct.
Did somebody say cheeseburger?
But I am concerned about the fact that, you know, you do rate out high because it's a serious crime.
Mm-hmm.
And you never had previous employment skills. I don't know how you've been managing to live up to 30 years old and not have a job.
Yeah, to be totally honest, I was totally lazy.
Mm-hmm.
I had my family support me. They told me a bunch of times, I take full accountability for being lazy and not making the right decisions in my life.
Damn, I'm hungry. I wouldn't mind 2
So,
cheeseburgers right about now.
For me, what would have been helpful, Mr. Mendoza, is if you had taken even 1 or 2 of the programs on your OAP. You don't have your GED.
Can I intervene?
Sure. Go ahead.
I got to this facility 4 weeks ago. I've roped them ever since I got sentenced in July. Been writing them to get in the program that I needed. I just enrolled in school. I start Friday.
Oh.
And I wrote for a job as well.
So you're enrolled in the GED?
Correct.
When do you begin?
This Friday.
Very good.
And for the programs, I've tried to write them. I haven't got any response back. I asked the counselor and still nothing.
Okay. So GED will sort of take you a little while, and you have until next November to do some programs. I don't know how long it's going to take you to even, you should try to see if you can get into the other programs that are on your OAP.
Okay.
Okay, that's very important. And then we'll see where that goes from here. And I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Mendoza, you know that what you were doing was wrong and that eventually you would get caught, right?
Right.
How long were you selling drugs?
Not very long.
So you came up with this whole scheme and got all these people involved, and you only did it for not very long. What's not very long?
Maybe 6 months.
And how much money were you making?
Not a lot. Definitely wasn't worth the risk.
And you were living with your mother
Correct.
and selling drugs in her house?
At the time, I wasn't. I just had stuff there that I should never put there, and she wasn't aware of it also.
Insanity. The good thing for you is that you're only 30 years old. This is your first offense, and you can turn your life around. But you do have to have some initiative to go out there and do differently, because there's no way. I know I think you're really minimizing what you are out in the community doing, but that's neither here nor there. I think that you really need to take whatever job skills that you do have and try to find legitimate employment. And I'm happy to hear that you're working on getting your GED and you're trying to get into programs. So I'm sure that you know that all of this was wrong. So I don't think you need a program for that, but I appreciate your speaking with me. Thank you.
I agree with my colleague, Ms. Chance. I think there's some growing to do, and maybe that can be done through some programming, school, a job, whatever you can do. I'd like to give you the opportunity to participate in something bigger, because, you can't go back out there and do what you were doing. You know this.
Yes. No.
And
this is my first and last time.
Yeah. And hopefully this is a lesson to everybody, right? Like your family wasn't doing you any favors by supporting you at your age. All right, give us a minute to discuss your case. We'll get back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Chance?
Okay.
So what do you guys think?
So I know Mr. Mendoza acknowledged that what he was doing was wrong. My concern is that he hasn't had a job. He's 30 years old, being supported by his family.
Damn.
And he basically has no job skills.
Right.
He rates out high in both employment, social support, and education. So for me, I would like to see him stay there.
Oh.
Yeah, let's bring him back in 6 months.
Right. Oh, I think you guys are right.
I had him voted out to parole, Madam Chair, and the only reason why I did was because Yeah, I agree with everything that you said about
Yeah.
the job skills and stuff, and I just think that, high risk, low stakes kind of thing for him, in this situation is where my mentality was.
Yeah.
Got it, yeah.
Can he get his education? Sure. That's something that he can work towards. I'm still supporting today.
Okay, so denial reasons, inadequate program participation and evidence of offended change. We'll bring him back in 6 months, recommend that he continue with school and do good intentions, bad choices, and voices.
Damn, I don't even have his GED.
In the matter of Jordan Mendoza, inmate number 444772. I'll make a motion to deny parole at this time, but rehear the case in March of 2025, 6 months from now, due to inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change. We're going to recommend that you refrain from disciplinary reports, which you've done, participate in good intentions, bad choices, voices, and anything else you can do. If you want to go to school, work, whatever, anything that will benefit you. There's
no good intentions.
Oh, really?
That's
Why is it on his OIP then? Okay.
Voices.
All right, so voices, work, school, whatever you can get involved in. We'll take the good intentions, bad choices off because apparently it's not there. Although the guy just before said he did it. So
Yeah, they might have done it, but
Somewhere else.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? This is a majority decision with Ms. Page dissenting. All right, do you have any questions, sir?
None at all. Just thank you for your time.
All right, good luck to you, sir. See you in 6
Thank you.
months. Thank you.
All right, you have a good day.
You too.
Inmate number 444772.
All right, just hang tight right there. Give me a moment. Is this a parole hearing? Yes, it is. It's for the state of Connecticut. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to the other. This one just ended right now, so I'm gonna go ahead and jump over to the other one, and I will go ahead and continue in a moment or two. But during that time, you guys got me right now. So let me see. This was right now. We're gonna go to Meg. All right, here I can't see the screen from here, so just hang tight. I'm moving as fast as possible. And as soon as it comes up on the screen, you guys will go ahead and see it right now. And vámonos, there we go. Bam. All right, let's see. Do you guys want to check out the new guy? I'll put him on right now as soon as they start speaking. And this is going to be part 2. If you guys are interested in, as far as getting like the names, and a little bit more details and whatnot, I'm running a double stream. If you check this out right here, if you go over to the other major platform with a red logo, with a little triangle in the middle, you'll be able to find the stream, and you'll also be able to see the visuals, if you were. I know a lot of people like to see the visuals. I know I like to do it, but unfortunately, on the platform that doesn't allow me to do it, I can't put it up, because if not, they'll heavily restrict my account more than they already have. I know based on the numbers, I know you guys like looking at them, because when I do have the other setup, when I'm mirroring their screen, there's about 100 to 500 people, depending on the time of the day. So it's definitely definitely affecting me. But what can you do? You got to play within the rules that they set up. And here we are on the stream with the red logo on it. We got about 36 people right now, and then on the other platform we got about 44. So feel free to jump in between, or if you got two devices, you got a laptop, you got a TV, a smart TV, you got a phone, or whatever, shoot it and run both of them at the same time. So like that, you're getting the both of best worlds.
Good morning.
Morning.
What's your name?
Kenneth Hofler.
Okay, hold on first. 1 second.
All right, so they're just getting ready. He's just sitting tight over there, and our numbers just jumped up to 45 over here on the logo on the platform with the red logo with the white triangle. Shouldn't be hard to figure out. It's all over here. We got it somewhere over here in this vicinity. Chris writes, I wish my family would support me being lazy. Hell yeah. Woo! Man, those were the days. But those days are over. gotta go work. And man, you know, talking about work and, you know, being supported. Luckily, my work week is
Good
over.
morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. It's Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning. I state their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation for this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Mike Poland.
Nancy Turner. Good morning.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Good morning, Kenneth Hofler, 404449.
Thank you, Kenneth.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kenneth Hofler, 404449.
All right,
He is serving a sentence of 3 years for possession of controlled substance, first degree.
Kenneth. No
Tampering
bueno.
with physical evidence, interfering with officer resistance, larceny of a motor vehicle, first offense, criminal possession of a firearm and defense weapon. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of February 7th, 2025 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan, but the offender, it has been reviewed and showed he has not completed any programs to date, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system scores. The overall score for the SRT falls within the very high range for this individual. Mr. Hofler, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, first of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I believe I deserve parole because it's time for me to change my circle. I've been hanging around the people that just don't have my best interests at heart. And this last year, I realized that being here, same thing, I be around people that doesn't want better for themselves. I feel like I need an opportunity to change that.
Okay, Mr. Hofler, is that it?
Yes, that's all.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that. We are going to be asking you some questions. At the end of the questioning, we will deliberate and give you our answer about parole.
All right, thank you.
All right. Mr. Pohl will begin with questions this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hofler.
Good morning.
So I don't have a lot of questions. One question I do have is that there's 5 DRs this year.
Damn.
And 4 of them are interfering with safety security, things that you could have made a decision to do other things about, right? And you know, the thing is that we need to make a decision about your suitability for parole. And I know that you know what parole's about. You know, and the thing is like, we look at disciplinary reports and it's, for me, I look at them and I was like, if he can't follow the rules on the inside, how's he going to follow the rules on the outside, right? So can you talk to those DRs for a minute?
Yes, at those points of time and period I was doing in SEG, I was real angry. I let my anger get the best of me in those moments, and I felt like that was my only option. But now, like, time has passed since then. I understand I can make better decisions in certain situations like that. But at that time and point, I was just using my anger, and I made a wrong decision.
Okay. And then, you know, the other piece of it is that, you know, you're currently on special parole, right?
No.
Oh, did I have that? I have that wrong. Okay. But you were on. No,
I was never on special.
You were on parole in the past.
Oh,
right?
Yes.
And you know that we have to make decisions based upon programming, right?
Yes.
And offender change, right? And
yes,
programming that gets us to offender change, right? Because what you gave us this morning, and it's a good place to start, is that it's time for you to change, right? And not be around the same people, right? You know, and there's an addiction services program, you know, job program, you know, or having a job in the facility, vocational anger management, which is something that, you know, based upon what you just said with the DRs, that it's an important thing to do. And embracing fatherhood, you know, it's like certainly 3 young children, right?
Damn.
You know, it's something that you should really invest your time in, you know. Your parole eligibility date's not until February, right? And then your 100% date on this flat sentence goes until somewhere around May of 2026, right? So I know that today I can't make a decision to put you on parole, because the things that you need for me to see offender change, you just haven't been able to take yet because of the DRs and not being able to get into the programs. So I don't want to really dig down into what was going on. I'd really like you to, you know, to take programming so that we have something to talk about during the hearing. Okay? I don't have anything further, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Pohl. So, Mr. Hofler, you've been on supervision in the community about 7 times, you know, between parole and probation, and you haven't been able to finish any of them successfully except for 1. Why do you think you're having so much trouble out on community supervision?
Because at those times I wasn't ready to change. I still want to get out as soon as I can and get back to doing what I was doing. But it's been 10 years. I've been coming to jail for 10 years now consistently, and it's tiring. I'm getting older. My kids are getting older. It's about time for me to make a different decision.
I think we will all agree that that is certainly necessary, because I made a note when I look at your criminal history, just give you something to think about. Your criminal history is all about stealing cars, right? Stealing cars, breach of peace, violating your probation or your community release. But now you're here, now you've got a firearm. So now you've sort of stepped it up to that next level of risk. Real. And at your age, you know, it's only going to do more jail time and be away from your family. You know, you don't have a lot of employment. And I have to agree with Mr. Pohl that the fact that you haven't done any programming doesn't give us a lot of opportunity to look at about evidence of you wanting to make that change that you're talking about. So you have a few different programs on your OAP. You have anger management, fatherhood, addiction services. Do you think those programs would be beneficial?
I do believe that the anger management and the fatherhood programs will be beneficial. The only difficult part is, like I said, in this environment, it's hard to really, I understand I got to be accountable for myself, but it's hard to be able to get in these programs in this environment because different situations happen where I can't control. So that's why I feel like if I did get the opportunity to go home, I could get in programs out there that can help me, that can help me also, but it's difficult in here.
All right.
I can't really walk away. I can't really walk away as much as I want to in here.
Well, I'm going to beg to differ on that, because we see a lot of individuals your age who make it their business to walk the other way. You know, so I do think you could probably work a little harder at it. Okay. And I do believe and agree with Mr. Pohl that some of these programs, like you said, the anger management program, will give you some of those skills you need to change how you think about a situation, give you those tools to empower you to be able to walk away. I'm sure that, you know, as the young person that you are, it's hard to be that person that doesn't want to stand up for themselves. But, you know, at some point, there's different ways of making that happen without having it physical. All right. So, you know, your end of sentence date is not for quite a while. So I would rather have you come back, instead of denying you outright today, you know, have you come back having done a couple of these programs and having some, you know, better disciplinary history. Okay?
I understand.
Thank you. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Hofler, I understand that you think you'd be better off doing fatherhood and anger management out in the community. But you have to understand that we make our decision taking into consideration public safety. And you're already showing us that you're not somebody who plays by the rules of society. You were employed as an Uber Eats driver and you don't have a driving license. Case in point. You know, you're a convicted felon and you're willing to carry a firearm. Did you use the gun to steal the car?
See, that situation, I never stole the car. I was renting that car from a friend at one point through that app. I can't think of the name of the car app, but it was a friend, and we had some issues, and he just reported it stolen. I never stole the car from him.
Did you sign a contract to rent the car from him?
Of course not.
A contract?
What's that?
No, we had did everything through text messages. We met up. This is all facts. We met up.
Yeah, but it's not legit. It's not legit.
No, yeah, I understand.
It's not on
paper. I understand it's not on paper, but I never stole the car from him.
So when you say,
I just
you know, that it's the environment and there in the facility, do you understand that it's your behavior that's keeping you out of programs?
Yes, I do understand that.
Okay. So what is your issue with covering your cell window? Because you've now gotten 3 DRs for interfering with safety and security. So you already know that that's a violation, but you're willing to continue to violate to cover your cell window. Why?
Like I said before, those instances was individual certain moment decisions I made, and I'm not trying to justify them, but in those individual situations, I did it to get something to happen, a reaction, to get something to happen. Like there's reasons why I did it, because certain moment, like one of them first.
Did it play out the way you wanted it to?
One instant it did.
Okay, but 2 others it didn't.
2 others it didn't.
Okay, so is it worth it?
No, it wasn't. In the long run,
I mean, you're clearly, you know, an articulate person. You need to use your words and communicate there in the facility instead of deliberately violating the rules, getting DRs, and then being kept out of programs. You know, one of my biggest concerns about your situation, Mr. Hofler, is that you're willing to sell drugs out in the community just to line your pockets when you're clearly, you know, a high school graduate with potential and skills, and you could get a job, but you'd rather live in the lifestyle, carry a firearm, and peddle poison to your community, causing, you know, just tremendous harm. Do you appreciate the harm that selling drugs out in your community is causing?
That's a tough question.
Really?
It's a tough question because I'm not saying, like, before I made those decisions off the strength of I needed to survive, to fend for my kid. But that, like I said, that was a mindset I had before. That was all a mindset. It was a mindset because coming from my background, I have a lot of drug addicts in my family. So I always
you know the suffering.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I understand the harm, and I always chase not becoming that. Instead of becoming the user, I always chase being the person that distributed. But that was a mindset I've learned to get out of.
I hope so. You've been selling since 2018. And you know, to get the money to support your kids when you're able-bodied and you could be employed legitimately, and you're taking from other families money that they need for the kids to eat and have clothes to go to school so that your kids can, when you have no excuse for not working hard. So I offer you that to think about when you talk about you're changing and you want more for yourself, your kids, and your future. And I certainly support that. And, you know, I'm willing to give you another chance at coming before us with some programming to prepare you to be successful when you're back out in the community. But you got to change your behavior, and it starts with what you're doing there in the facility.
I appreciate that.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Hofler, my guess is you know where we're going with this, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're going to officially deliberate, and we'll give you our answer, our decision in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Pohl?
So Mr. Hofler is relatively young, and you know, he's facing some problems inside. When I said special parole, it was a confusion because his co-defendant is currently on special parole.
Yeah.
The BRs in the last year, you know, I had 5 this year. It's actually 8 within the last year. Mm-hmm. 2 of them were fighting. The first 2, one dating back to November last year. You know, he's done 3 months without disciplinary reports. I'm hoping that he can make it a year without disciplinary reports. He has some programs to take, some work to do. You know, hopefully he could get some vocational training inside so that he has some kind of skill when he's released, so that he has the ability to provide. I just think that what's been identified on his OAP is really good things for him to take so that we can take a look at offender change. So I would support a deny today with a rehear in May, which would give him, if he's granted in May and he's able to go out to his aunt's house, it'll give him a year on supervision and able to engage in reentry services, maybe vocational services, so that he can go out there. I think he wants to do the right thing, but he's making a lot of bad choices. So that's where I am on this case.
I concur wholeheartedly with that, and also had May as a rehear date, which would give him, if he was granted discretionary parole, a year of community supervision. Ms. Turner?
I'm in agreement.
Okay. So I had poor institutional adjustment and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Okay. So in the matter of Kenneth Hofler, 404-449, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: poor institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional program participation, and evidence of offender change. We will also rehear this case in May 2025 and recommend that Mr. Hofler take the programs on his OAP along with any other positive programming that would help him and not receive any new disciplinary reports. Do I have a second?
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, Mr. Hofler, any questions?
No, thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right, so we'll see you soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, good luck.
This concludes the hearing for Kenneth Hofler, 404-449. Mr. Hofler, you receive all this in writing. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. So for those of you that are coming over from that red logo with the triangle, with the white triangle. I got 2 streams running. I got one stream that's running from Utah, which is right now they're not doing anything. I think they might be in a break. The other one that I'm running right now would be for Connecticut, which is this one here. You'll see a blue wall in the background, and they normally have like a tan jumpsuit. So if you hit at collect call from someone right here, where is it? Right here. And then hit live. Once you find the stream, you're gonna see 2 streams. Damn, it's loud over there. So you're gonna see 2 streams. If you want to see the stream that I'm currently on right now, you're gonna want to hit Connecticut. If you want to see Utah and you want to see an empty seat, then you're gonna select Utah. You're gonna see a green seat. So right now, as soon as the individual comes in, I'll go ahead and put it up on the screen. But right now, it's gonna be me. Highly appreciated, and I like that saying that Cedric put. If you're not tapping, then you're napping. That's right. I should be napping right now. I'm running out at about 3 hours of sleep today. Not sure if you guys could see it. I might need to put some cucumbers under my eyelids to help me out here, but that's what's happening. But yeah, that's whenever you jump on the other side, just check which stream it is, because sometimes I'll be running I'll run 2 streams. Obviously, I can't be in 2 places at once, so I'm on this one here. I prefer the ones from Connecticut just because they'll let you know the outcome right then and there. In Utah, they don't let you know. And then on Utah, they have a lot of funny cases, so it normally is man, the word I can't even. You do PA. So for PA,
good morning. My name is Forever Archer.
Okay, stand by for us.
Oh, stand by. Hold up. So for PA with that's that. I think I might. Let me double check. Let me check my notes over here. Let me see here. I'll tell you what states that I do have access to. So we got Utah, we got Iowa, we got Connecticut, we got Vermont, Minnesota, Kansas. We're gonna be doing Kansas tomorrow. That'll be the first time we're gonna be doing Kansas. There's also Louisiana. There's Oklahoma, Ohio, and PA. Yeah, we do got PA. Let me see when they got the next hearing. I'll tell you right now. Let me look it up here. PA is scheduled for the next one is not going to be until the 8th, so October 8th. We just missed one last week that I wasn't able to.
My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names of the records certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
My name is Forever Archer, inmate number 405.
Forever Archer.
Thank you for your time this morning.
What the what?
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Forever Archer. 405-964. He is serving a sentence of 9 years, execution suspended after 30 months, with 5 years of probation to follow for possession with intent to sell, dispense narcotics. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 10th, 2025 at 50%. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shown the offender has not completed any programs to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation systems, the offender overall score for the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Archer, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
May I read from a paper that I've written last night?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I feel I deserve parole because I have taken ownership of my crime. I've also utilized my time towards rehabilitation. While working in my pod as a janitor, I signed up for college classes that start in October. I've currently attend religious services twice a week. I feel it's good for me mentally, and I enjoy the words that they preach. I have not yet attended the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program, but I've been on the waiting list for the 4 months I've been sentenced. Most of my sentence, I've been unsentenced, fighting my crime. As far as my discipline, I've been a model inmate for the most part. I have only one ticket from a fighting incident back in November. I learned from my consequences, and I've been ticket-free ever since. I'm usually getting along with my counterparts and other correctional workers, and I apologize for my actions. I know I have a 2-year-old daughter, and I understand that I'm letting her down while being incarcerated. I should be home helping her mom raise her, giving foundation to my family. If I go home, I plan on getting a job and trying to get my CDL so that I can drive trucks. I think a job like this can help me support my family and help me integrate back into society with positive intentions. I also plan on going to Willard Clinic to outpatient classes to help me stay on track and attend programs. I'm still in the process of learning, and I'm trying to be the best me. Thank you for allowing me to have this parole hearing and your time.
All right, Mr. Archer, thank you for that opening statement. Appreciate you putting your thoughts on paper for us.
Thank you.
You've had a parole hearing before, so you know the process. We are going to ask you some questions, and at the end of questioning, we'll make our decision and we'll give you our decision. All right, so I'll begin with the questions this morning. So, Mr. Archer, we'll just start with the fact that I was on your last parole hearing. You were on parole when you were arrested for possession of a firearm. I was on that hearing. We granted you parole.
Damn.
Yes, ma'am.
I gave you an opportunity to go out in the community and work that change that you said you had made. So I'm looking at these new charges, and you're charged with possession with intent to sell. Your original charges were operating a drug factory. You've got $1,000 on you, a lot of drugs, and you say you're selling to make money.
Mm-hmm.
So where's the change that you said you were making?
For the most part, when I got home, everything was running smoothly. I feel like things went wrong for me when I had a daughter. I recently had a daughter, August 23rd, 2001 or 2002. From that period, things begin to get a little rocky because besides my living situation that I was going through, I was barely making ends meet for me. So having a daughter, it made it harder for me to maintain things at home, and I couldn't really support my family. So I turned to the streets to sell drugs so that I could be able to have extra cash.
Well, it's a good thing everybody in our society doesn't resort to selling drugs when they are struggling to make ends meet.
Right, and I know I was wrong for that.
Mm-hmm. So what would be so different this time?
Well, I know that that's not going to help me. That's not going to help me be there for my family. Neither is that going to help me be there for myself. I got to find other outlets. When I first got home last time, I had a support system. I was working 2 jobs. Eventually, I got tired and lazy and lost focus of the reason that I was given parole in the first point. So now this time around, I plan on actually going to outpatient programs and stuff when I feel it's getting tough so that I can have something to put me back on track and guide me. Last time I just tried to go out there and just basically push myself as hard as I can until I burnt myself out. And I wasn't really prepared as much as I thought I was.
Well, how did you burn yourself out?
Yeah.
Just going to work, just basically going to work every day and coming home and then seeing the bills pile up.
Mm-hmm.
I seen that situation and I just got sidetracked and let it basically frustrate me and felt like I wasn't doing good enough. And I felt like I needed more.
So what I do every day and what the board members do every day.
What did your parole officer say when you told them that you were having a hard time making ends meet and, starting to feel like you just couldn't handle things anymore?
She basically just told me try to keep pushing through and just keep working with your job. Everything will eventually fall into place.
Mm-hmm. Suck it up.
Sounds like sound advice.
Yeah, for the most part, I tried following the advice, but I was weak-minded. I really just went off track.
What jobs were you working? Tell me again.
I was working at the Friendship Center in New Britain, and I was also working at Taco Bell. I was doing the Friendship Center 3rd shift.
Man, we're all burnt out.
Did you usually when you have a job And in your
Yes.
case, you had 2 jobs, 2 part-time jobs. Usually it opens doors for other jobs because they see that you have a good employment history and people are willing. Did you look for other jobs that maybe paid more?
I tried those 2 jobs because they were close. They were close by my living, where I was living, so I could be able to walk to work or catch the bus there. The only problem with my jobs is that both of those jobs together only basically brought in enough for me to do but so much. So I was putting in double the work, but I wasn't really getting like double the pay. If you understand where I'm coming from.
I hear what you're saying. So what kind of bills were piling up? Because you were living with your girlfriend, right?
Yeah, I was living with my girlfriend. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Nope, that's okay. You were living with your girlfriend. So what were your bills that were out of control?
More so like the light bill.
Light, okay.
Trying to put food in the house with the light while paying the light bill because she wasn't working. And then when she was working for probably a few months, but when she got pregnant, then that's when she stopped working. So that's when I picked up the extra job. But even then, when I picked up the extra job, it wasn't really paying as much as I thought it was. So now it's either put half on food and half on the light. And then when I put half, even more bills keep piling up, and then it keeps coming back. Then we got to pay the phone bills and so on and so forth. Then when the baby came, we got to buy Pampers and milk, and everything else started piling up. And it was my first time being a parent. I just got frustrated and just crashed out.
Crying
What
baby
did
will
she
do
think
that
about
to
you
you.
selling drugs to make ends meet?
She told me that wasn't the smart thing to do, but in my head, I felt like that's all I had to resort to.
So you've been incarcerated now since July 2023. So you've been in there for a little bit. You said you were only recently sentenced because you were fighting the case. What were you fighting?
Yes, I was unsentenced. The drug case that I have now, I was unsentenced for probably 11 or 12 months.
Okay, but why were you fighting it? It seems like they came in, they had a warrant, you had a lot of drugs in the house, you had a lot of money on you.
For the most part,
so you had 2.5 pounds of marijuana in your house?
Yeah, some of that reefer.
Yes, ma'am.
Suburbanic chronic.
And 16 grams of crack when they arrested you. So why would you fight that?
No,
what
not more so. Not more so fighting, but I was getting a lot of continuance, so it just kept prolonging the process. I was trying to get an attorney to represent me. That took time, and I didn't have enough money to do that, so that was prolonging and trying to get an attorney, and then just waiting for the court dates to come. It just kept prolonging my process.
Okay. So you've been in now for a while. Well, what did you say, about 9 months sentenced?
Yeah, they gave me only 9 months of the jail credit that I've been in.
Well, you were on parole when you got arrested. That's part of the problem.
Okay.
So you can't get credit for both sentences.
I understand.
Yeah. So you're on parole for a gun, selling drugs, and you haven't done any programs. What programs?
I'm on the waiting list for the Good Choices, Bad Choices, Good Intentions program, and addiction services. They put me on the waiting list through my counselor, but they have yet to call me for the program.
All right. I also have anger management, and they want you to have a job. Do you know that's on your OAP also?
No, my OAP that he gave, I didn't bring my OAP with me down here, but it had I only had 2 programs up there, which was addiction services and Good Intentions, Bad Choices.
Okay. All right. So for today, we might as well, I'm going to put all the cards on the table for you. It's hard for us to make a decision about offender change, right? Whether or not you're ready to make better decisions in the community when you have a ticket for fighting in November. I mean, that's almost a year ago, so that's not so bad. And you haven't done any programs, you're on parole, still making bad decisions. So for today, I hear that you're ready to make change. I hear that you feel like you need to get out in the community so you can take care of your daughter. I think that's important. You're a young guy, and I think that you have a lot of potential. But for today, you were on parole, like I said earlier, and you have not finished any of your community supervisions successfully. So I would not be able to really think about granting you parole today unless you could come back before us, having done some programming and being able to really articulate and spell out how you will manage yourself in the community when the going gets tough.
No
Right?
problem. I
That,
appreciate
like, good
that.
intentions, bad choices will help you think about consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
That's a lot of what this is, and you've admitted that, you know, that not really thinking through what the consequences would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Addiction services, I know you score out at a 3. I know you deny having a substance abuse, but there must be something happening. You know, for me, that's kind of where I stand today. Ms. Turner?
I share my colleague's concerns, Mr. Archer, in terms of you sufficiently preparing yourself to be successful when you're back in the community. You know, you had parole supports and you still, you know, chose to make decisions that have the consequences of you're back in the facility. So, I have an indication from a previous pre-sentence investigation that you use marijuana daily. Were you doing that while you were out in the community?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you had the money for pot.
Yes, that's how I was able to get the marijuana that I had.
How was? By selling drugs?
No, that's how. Well, no, I eventually got the money, but yeah, by selling drugs. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So your girlfriend, is she still your girlfriend?
That's my daughter's mom, so we still deal with each other.
Okay. Because you wanted to sponsor to her home, right?
No, I don't have a sponsor right now. I was planning on going through the Hartford house so that I could be able to, you know, program still, and also,
okay, that's
still
a
work
good
on myself.
choice. Yeah, because I mean, you're an adult now. You're 27.
Yeah,
so I think
the
a halfway house is a better plan. You did, however, provide your girlfriend's information to Officer Shamroy, but he was unable to reach her because her voice box is full, her voicemail box. So he never did connect with her to see if she would sponsor you. But I like that you have changed your mind about that. That's, nice, yeah. You know, it's time to be an adult. You're a father now. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so unfortunately the OAP that we have in case notes is from your prior gun possession charge. And then we have the revision that has good intentions on it. When my colleague granted you last time, it was contingent on completing tier 2, but you didn't get to finish that, did you?
No, when I went into society, my parole officer had me going to the clinic and doing, like, you know, little programs and stuff in the community while I was out on parole.
Did you finish that before you started discretionary parole?
Before I started I believe I had Landolina. He recently works here.
Sorry?
I had P.O. Landolina at the time. Yeah, he works here right now as we speak.
Okay. So, and you just, to be clear, you, I don't know what your DOC release status is, but you still have the deadly weapon offender registry obligation?
Yes, I was abiding by that while I was home.
Good, okay. But, you know, if you're back in the community, let's say DOC puts you out, you know, that runs through October of 2026. So take that real seriously.
Okay.
Right. I wish you much success, Mr. Archer, but use your resources and, you know, I really do hope you'll get good intentions, bad choices, because I think that can help you with reasoning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Member Turner. Mr. Paul? All right, Mr. Archer, we're all done with our questions this morning, so we'll deliberate and give you our answer in just a few minutes.
What do you guys think? What do you guys?
You're welcome.
Do you guys
So,
feel that he should be?
Mr.
He should be
Archer,
found suitable.
He's young. He's 27 years old. He was on parole when he picked up these new charges. Clearly, he recognizes that his decision-making is not what it should be. He has not done well on community supervision previously, and he has been unable to take any programs for a variety of reasons. So I am not in favor of granting discretionary parole today. But I would be willing to rehear Mr. Archer's case. And I have him 18 months roughly to end a sentence. So I would be interested in bringing him back in 9 months, which is May 2025, which would give him 9 months on discretionary parole if he would be granted until he goes out to his 5 years of probation.
5 years of probation. That's a setup.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
You're gonna do 5
So
years.
I had current offense committed while on parole and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Anything else? No?
I did have an inadequate release plan.
Okay.
So I'd like him to develop a release plan before he comes back before the board.
With everything going on.
So in the matter of Forever Archer, 405964, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. Current offense committed while on parole, inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change, and inadequate release plan. We'd also like to rehear Mr. Archer's case in May 2025, requiring that he complete or recommend that he complete positive programming. He has good intentions, bad choices, his OAP, addiction services. So those are recommended, but any other programs would be beneficial. No disciplinary reports, and come back with a more detailed release plan. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Right. All right, Mr. Archer, did you understand or hear all that I had to say?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. So with regard to the release plan, there's a lot you can do to set yourself up for success in the community. You want to get your CDL, you can start researching that, figure out where the programs are, start reading the booklet.
Yeah.
Right? So you can really get yourself stepping out there ahead of the game if you use the next 9 months productively.
Start your job search.
Right.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.
All right. Have a good day.
This concludes the hearing for Forever Archer, 405964.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Overton
starting it
writing.
up on TT. I would highly suggest to join up so you can get notified, and I'll be back in a moment. All right. All right. So on the YouTube side, what do you guys think? Did the board decide correctly? Do you think 8 months or 9 months will fix him up like new? What do you guys think? Archer forever. Denied. Going to the next. Oh, I forgot. I didn't even update it. I put that this was Vermont. This is actually Connecticut. Archer's ready to go. Hit his celda, his cell, and chill. He only got 18 more months. Shit, I'm only saying only because I'm not doing the time, and it's easy to say 18. But man, a year and a half. My daughter's she'll be 7 already. So she's 5 right now. She'll be 7. Yeah, I can't take that ride. Archer, you're gonna have to sit down and do those 18 months. I can't help you out with that. No bueno. And I'm about to be stepping away for a moment right now. I gotta go get some chocolate. I'm a bit hungry. I know we were talking about cheeseburgers earlier on, and that's definitely in my mind right now. So. So that was Archer. Let me see. I check who's coming in next.
Hello?
All right, Archer. Who is this gonna be? Is this gonna be? Let me see. Is this gonna be Carlos? Does he look like a Carlos? Or let me see. Or Shon? or Richard? What do you guys think? Is his name going to be Richard, Shon, or Carlos or Carlos? We'll see right about now. They're adjusting the camera right now. All right, Carlos looks like he might be having the same problem as me. He's got a little bit of bags under his eyes, but his they look a little bit worse, so he might need some emergency treatment to get that fixed up. He looks like he might be a little bit on the sleep deprived side. But you guys tell me what you guys think. Let me see. Let me go ahead and give you guys a little glance over here on the TT side, just in case you guys are wondering what this gentleman likes, so we could go and guess his name. Is his name Carlos, Richard, or Shon? No sé. I don't know. Like my daughter says, no sé. All right, we'll be back. You guys tell me. So Tony says, Carlos. Margaret says Edgar number 2. Sandra says, let me see. Agreed, Tony. Let me see. Let's see what Tony put up here. Tony, board is issuing denials left and right, but I agree to follow up in 9 months to see what what work he can do. All right. Jitters, relax, dude. Nerve-wracking, Just, coming in here and just thinking about, having this board decide whether you're going to go home or not, especially if you haven't done the work. He got some paperwork, so he's definitely, he looks like he's somewhat ready. So let's see. I'm just glad today, you know what, to be quite honest with you, as far as Connecticut, I'm glad that there hasn't been any bad charges, because earlier on, where was it? Was it here? Or was it yesterday? Oh, no. In Iowa, it was just all bad charges all morning. Need a tour of your room. Oh, yeah. Let me see. Man, you know what? There's not that much. I got an arcade right here to my left. I got my Street Fighter arcade. I got a TV on the wall. I got my video game systems right here to the left. My Nintendo 64, my Super Nintendo, my Genesis, all those classics. And then I got my 2 payphones and my county jail suits. All right.
I believe it's a little harsh and maybe not the best way to handle things.
All right. I want to go get that chocolate, but I want to make sure, I want to see what his name is so I could look him up.
I get it.
See, bring him up. Can somebody shut that door? It's so loud. Don't they know we got a board hearing over here? We need all the quiet we can get. Very distracting.
Taking the program down, I feel like everything is really stopped.
All right, I just glanced over at the other computer to check what's up with the other hearing in Utah. And Utah seems to be still out in lunch.
I think it's everything. Yes.
All right.
Let
me see. Let me take this down right here.
It would have been thank you for the probation. I feel like it's cool.
What is he doing? He's moving around kind of weirdly over there. See, can you put your hand on the table there? And if you're wondering why I'm moving around so much, is because the phone is blocking my view. I can't fully see the screen over here. So how is everybody? Can you see Georgia? You know what? Nah, Georgia's not one of the states. It's very limited on the states that do offer these virtual meetings. I think right now, there's a list. I got a list out about 7 or 8 different states that you can watch. Watching from Scotland. Whoa, wait. That's right. This is good to watch. Hey, thank you. Highly appreciate it from Scotland. Hell yeah. Hey, let me ask you something. Is Scotland considered, that's part of the United Kingdom, right? My apologies on my my geography right here. But I know Britain is part of the UK. But is Scotland is that considered? Mad Max 408 back on the red logo with Jessica writes, he looks like a burnt-out Edwin Cas from Grupo Firme. Oh, you know what? I got to go ahead and do one of these right here for Grupo Firme. And for you non-speaking Spanish gente, I can't put you up on game. Hopefully you're not at work, and hopefully your coworker in the cubo next to you. Oh, Acevedo.
Yes. Okay, stand by for us. We're about to begin, okay?
Okay, let's see. Acevedo. Oh, Carlos. His name is Carlos Acevedo. Let me see. And he came out of Manchester, which would be in Connecticut. I'm going to look him up to check what kind of offense he committed before we get started. So like that we know what so let me see right here.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Carlos Manuel Acevedo, 434-850.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Paroles Acevedo, 434-850. He is serving a sentence of 10 years execution suspended after 30 months jail with 5 years probation to follow for sex assault 4, risk of injury to a child. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of July 26, 2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs: short-term sex treatment to date, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system. The offender overall score for the SRT falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender overall score for sexual offense recidivism fall within the low range. Mr. Acevedo, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
I know I'm responsible for my situation, and I'm responsible for my circumstances. I have the tools, the mindset, to stay out of trouble. I have a job. This is my first time ever in jail. I have a place of living. I have a great support system out there and plan. I have a great plan when I get out. And like I said, I took full responsibility for my situation from day one. So I think I should consider me for parole.
Should consider you.
Okay, Mr. Acevedo, thank you for your opening statement. We will be asking you some questions. At the end of the questioning, we'll deliberate and give you our decision.
Okay.
All right. And panel member Turner will begin with questions this morning.
So, Mr. Acevedo, thank you for that opening statement. Your crimes are very serious. It's good to hear you taking responsibility for the harm that you caused. You have 7.5 years of this sentence hanging over your head when you go out to probation. You're aware of that?
Should be lifetime.
And you have 5 years of probation and 10 years on the state sex offender registry.
Wow.
You weren't aware of that obligation?
Not the sex offender registry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, what a surprise.
So I understand that when you that you have completed the short track program.
Mm-hmm.
And when you were interviewed by Officer Shamroy, regarding your crime, you told him you didn't know why you decided to commit the offense.
Yes.
So you were interviewed after you completed the program. So the program didn't help you figure out the why?
I guess thinking error.
Thinking error. Wait.
Yes. Okay.
Spilling
Tell
milk
me
is a
more
thinking
about
error.
thinking error.
I really can't explain why I did what
Well,
I did.
that's very concerning, sir, because you've completed a program,
Yep.
you are serving a sentence for a crime, and I can't have great confidence that you won't reoffend in the same way if you don't understand why you did it to begin with. So, anything you can say about this thinking error?
Thinking error. Denied.
I
Denied.
wish I could tell you why I did what I did, but I really can't. I know it was a mistake. I know it was wrong. I know I won't do it again, but I really can't specifically tell you.
Okay. Well, it wasn't
Why?
a mistake. It was a choice that you made.
Yes, a choice. Yep.
Uh-huh. And it was a crime, and someone, has suffered as a result. Yet in your opening statement, you didn't include anything by way of an apology to the victim.
The victim knows I'm real sorry, and family told me that she forgave
We don't
me
know
already.
that. We don't know that. So what would you like to say by way of an apology?
He didn't even.
That I'm sorry that it was my choice, my choices that something I was going through, nothing that she had to do with this. It was something I did wrong, something I was going through. And she
What were
knows
you going through?
I have no idea. It was during COVID. It was on lockdown, and I don't know. I just mentally, I must have had an error.
So how are you going to manage thinking errors going forward? Because you have a lot of children in your life, sir.
I do. I'm going to therapy when I get out of here. That's one of my plans. I'm also with Maya. We're planning to go to like a family intervention.
Okay, please don't say the victim's name. She has a right to her privacy.
Yep.
Okay.
While you're under supervision and participating in problem sexual behavior treatment in the community, you're not going to be allowed to have contact with minors, let alone the victim of your crime. You told the parole officer,
Oh, no, that's not
or you
fair.
told in the sex offender evaluation, you said that you know the victim wants to speak to you. How do you know that?
Family.
Can you elaborate, please?
My mother, the victim's mom, basically the whole family.
What?
So you're having third-party contact with the victim through other people?
Not really. They're just trying to fix the whole situation for when we get out, go to family counseling. She's above 18 now.
So
They
prior
better deny
to
him.
being sentenced for this crime, you were putting some of the blame on the victim. Do you remember that?
No, I do not.
Of course. Though I don't remember.
You said that the victim touched your penis with her foot,
Huh?
and that started it.
But I take full responsibility.
Yeah, you're the adult in the
Yes.
situation.
Yes, of course.
And I actually don't find it very credible that that actually happened. why would you go into her room and masturbate in front of her? She was a child.
Can't explain, but I am sorry for what I did.
Because you're a deviant.
Take full responsibility.
Yeah. You used to do that to the victim's mother when she didn't want to have sex with you.
No.
So you completed the short-term program, and we have the evaluation from your participation. That finished like last October?
Correct.
September. And then in June of this year, you had the evaluation from the connection. The staff came to meet with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. So after completing the program where you indicated that your thinking errors involved thinking that you were special and the rules didn't apply to you, and that you justified your hurtful behavior because of your own trauma, you told the evaluator that your contact with the victim was over her clothes one time, and that the mother wanted you to pay for what you did, and you didn't do any of the other stuff.
Yes,
so I'm not even seeing a process of gradually accepting responsibility. Now you're backtracking after completing a program and denying that you caused the harm you did. Why?
Because I'm trying to get out of here and start my life over again.
Oh, okay. All right. So was part of denying the crime when you had the evaluation to avoid treatment out in the community because you had already done it inside and you didn't want to do any more?
No, I agree that I was not, I'm guilty for what I did, but I'm willing to do treatment also when I get out. But 100% of what they said was not correct. But I will take 100% responsibility.
Okay, but you said I didn't do any of the other stuff other than touching her over her clothes. And you say today that you told them that back in June because you just wanted to get out. That's what you just said here today. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm nervous. I'm just trying to.
And I'm trying to understand where you're coming from because I'm not seeing, a progression of accepting responsibility. I'm seeing somebody who's playing the system to,
I take full responsibility for what I've done. And
what does that mean to you?
Everything. That I'm taking 100% responsibility, and I'm in this situation because of me. I'm in the circumstances because of my choices. I'm taking 100% responsibility.
But the victim's mother wasn't trying to get you to pay.
Yes.
This isn't retaliatory. This isn't punishing you for something other than your crime.
Next.
So you have other programs on your OAP that you haven't yet taken.
I've been writing to them since I walked in this jail. I got proof here since I got from the program saying that that I could fax to y'all saying that I'm in the list, that to not write to them no more because they'll call me when it's ready. So I've been trying to get into the Voices program and because I like staying busy. It drives me crazy staying stuck in a room. So I've been writing. So since I walked in this jail and they said they're backed up at over 300 people on the waiting list. So it's not, according to me, that I'm willing to take the program. I've been willing to take it and I have proof here since I walked in this jail.
You know
so
what?
Mr. Acevedo, how many children have you fathered?
7.
What? Man, hey, the board of parole is very quiet today.
How many of them are still minors?
3.
Look at that fool.
When you met with Officer Shamroy, you only had 4 children by 3 different women.
Yes, with my last name.
Pardon?
Yes,
Say
with my
again?
last, but I had 7 in total.
What happened to the 3 that you didn't tell Officer Shamroy about? Why would that number change?
I'm in 5 of them in their lives. The other 2, I'm not in their lives.
So I have one who's 18 and one who's 20.
Yes, correct.
Is it the 5-year-old, the 4-year-old you don't have contact with?
No, it's one that lives in Florida. And the other one lives, I have no idea where he lives, so we have no contact.
This guy's he's a BSer, a huge BSer.
So you want to go live with your cousin in Ashford?
Correct.
Does your cousin have children?
No.
And you said something about having a job. Is that there in the facility?
It's foreman, so I basically travel around Connecticut.
So that's out in the community. You don't have a job in the facility.
Yes, not in the facility. It's
Okay.
out.
So you a foreman construction?
Yes,
What field?
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So how are you spending your time inside, Mr. Acevedo? Because you haven't done a program since.
I've been full-time in school. I signed myself up for school just to get me out of the cell.
Just to get you out of the
But
cell.
that starts, you said, when does that start?
Monday through Friday from 8 to 10:30.
Are you working on your GED?
Yes, correct.
What progress have you made?
I passed 3 classes. I need 1 more to go. So this week I'll pass it and I should have my GD math.
So classes meaning you've done the 3 tests.
Yes, I passed the English, I passed the social studies, and I passed the language arts.
Isn't language arts and English the same one?
Yes. Science, language arts, and social studies. I passed.
And so you have the math test ahead of you.
Yep. And they're trying to push me to get it done because they knew I had parole coming. So it should be this week that I take the math test. And I should pass it with flying colors.
So with these questions they ask, I'm sure they already know the answers. They just want to check if
When
he's
you were arrested, you indicated to the police that the victim is mentally ill. Why did you say that?
thinking of a lie. Think.
I was wrong. I was wrong.
All right, Madam Chair, I have no more questions for Mr. Acevedo.
Thank you. Mr. Polk?
I have no question.
All right, Mr. Acevedo, Ms. Turner has covered all the questions. Is there anything else that we should have asked you that we haven't?
No, not really.
Okay. And you know, regardless of what happens here today, that you will be required to participate in treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community.
Of course.
Okay. All right. And part of your conditions will be you'll have no contact with minors. Do you understand that condition as well?
Yes.
What? Why do you go like that?
Yes.
Okay. have you thought about all of this?
It's hard, yeah. It's real hard.
I'm sure it's hard, but it's important, very, very important that you think through all that's going to be required of you in the community.
Yeah, I know. It's a
These
lot.
are very, very serious charges. When you offend against a child, there's everybody's concerns, everybody's instincts are heightened in terms of, how you'll react and how you respond to treatment in the community.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And have you thought I know Ms. Turner asked you about why you committed the offense. And you said you were on lockdown. Were you
past
lonely?
trauma? Past trauma. I've been molested since a child. I slept with teachers in school. I've been through a lot as a child. So that's why I want to go to therapy when I get out of here. I don't ever gonna come back to this place or ever reoffend. You have my word.
Sure, incarceration is very eye-opening. What did you think about the short-term sex offender treatment program?
It was good. I was out of the 15 people there, only 3 of us completed it. And I was one of them. It really opened my eyes and realized that I full responsibility, basically. That really did open my eyes, though.
And did you recognize that using these sexual behaviors was a coping mechanism or a way of acting out? Did you address that as a risk factor at all?
I feel like it's more of past trauma that I've been through, but it doesn't still make it right. I should have got helped a long time ago. That was one regret that I had, that I should have talked about my past trauma or got help. And this whole situation would have never happened. Because I lost somebody that I really cared about in my life. And it's big.
Yeah, I want to just go back to my original question, because part of the short-term sex offender treatment or the sex offender treatment problem is kind of is part of being able to recognize what your risk factors are. And for your particular case, with your charges, it's using sex as a response to something or as a coping mechanism, and figuring out what you can replace that with. So when I say that to you, because I know that these are things that are discussed in treatment, what have you identified as what would be considered a relapse prevention plan in the community?
Spit it out.
Never be alone with kids, I guess, and if I am, be supervised.
You guess.
Right? That is very important. Yes, that's a factor. Have you developed a relapse plan so that you don't find yourself in a situation where, you may reoffend?
No, yes, I have a great support system out there. So if I ever feel like reoffending, I'll call somebody, tell somebody.
Right. Who is your support system? Who would you call?
I have my cousin, I have my mother, I have my aunts. And whoever I get as a therapist, when I get out, there'll be a person too that I talk to. So.
And your cousin, your mother, who else did you say there was a third person? Bob?
Aunts. My aunt.
Your aunt. Okay, so your mom, your aunts, and your cousin. And you have talked to them all about why you're in jail? They know what you're convicted of?
Yeah, the whole family.
Okay. And they understand what your restrictions will be once you're in the community?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. And I want you to think again, do you recall being sentenced and the judge telling you that you will be required to be to register with the sex offender registry in Connecticut?
No, I did not recall that. That first I hear of it is here.
Okay, well, okay, that's interesting because I'm a little, usually, it's not, it's a, what's the word I want to use? It's a regular practice for your charges that you would be required to be on that registry. The only thing that differs is for how long, and usually minimally it's 10 years.
And what's the minimum?
10 years, as far as I know. The max could be life.
Should be
you
life.
have been required for 10 years based on your charges.
Life.
Right?
Is there any way I could fight that outside?
What?
Not that I'm aware of, but that's not we're not lawyers and we're not the judge, so that's a different issue. But if you don't comply with that, it's a new criminal offense.
No, yeah, of course I'm gonna comply with everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. It's clear to me you're very distressed about all of this, or at least today's interview.
It's a hard case. They treat this worse than murder at sometimes.
Worse than murder?
It's a disgusting case, and I'm ashamed and nervous. And
I mean, we hear about those feelings a lot. You're right. And, think about this. Anytime that there's some type of offense, and a sexual offense specifically, against a child, because who is supposed to be protecting the children but the adults, right? So anytime that there's offenses against a child, everybody is extra alert, extra concerned. And we do hear that there's a lot of shame associated with it. And what treatment we hope that you'll get from treatment is being able to manage that shame so you don't kind of crawl under a rock.
No,
and these feelings and behaviors resurface, so you're able to talk about them and deal with that, work through them.
It's all bad. It's
It's just a big part of treatment is developing a plan to be in the community where you can live successfully, and there's a safety plan for minors.
For everybody.
I agree.
Anything else? There's a protective order against the victim. Am I wrong about that?
So what age? I believe there isn't, but.
Am I in front of the house?
Do you guys,
I'm misspeaking about that. My apologies. Can I ask? Oh, sure. Ms. Turner has a follow-up question.
So you asked about fighting the 10 years on the state registry. Why?
My family wants, the kids are really hurting the whole situation and stuff. And I'm trying to be in my kid's life, even if it's supervised through a counseling or through a therapist to be there while I visit them or whatever. I'm trying to just move on with my life. And so the 10 years is a lot of years without my kids.
Well, it wouldn't prohibit you from having supervised contact with your children. It's a matter of, keeping the public informed. Your cousin's address would have to be on the registry because you'd be living there.
Yes.
But, Mr. Acevedo, you sit here and you say you want to take full responsibility. Well, that's part of your sentence. And to be fully responsible is to serve that part of your sentence as well.
No, of course. I'm willing to take full responsibility. I agree.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Acevedo, we will now deliberate about your case. We'll give you our decision in just a few minutes.
This should be fast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, there's nothing to really think about.
So Ms. Turner, what are your thoughts?
She better say. She better say no.
Obviously, Mr. Acevedo is before us for a very serious offense. I'm not sure how much he appreciates the harm that he's caused.
He doesn't appreciate it at all.
Not yet taken the Voices program, which I think could help him with that.
This is Connecticut.
There's some moving pieces in this fact pattern of the case that concerns me.
It's concerning TT and YT at the same time.
I think my biggest pause is that I'm not hearing a linear progression of insight, awareness, and responsibility for Mr. Acevedo. I can't understand why he would have completed the program and then met with a connection and gone back to denying everything. That report actually indicates that he reported no traumatic events in his life. So I'm not sure about
like who does that?
Having that as a causal factor in his case. I'm deeply concerned that he's getting information about the victim from family members.
Yeah. Look at him shaking his head, yawning. What do you think? This is a joke?
He's gone through stages of denying and blaming and minimizing. And today he presents as fully responsible, yet he cannot tell us why he committed these offenses other than thinking errors and some boredom during COVID. He has programs remaining on his OAP that I think will be essential to his preparing himself to not reoffend out in the community. So he's done in a year. I think 2.5 was a very light for the harm that was caused. So I am comfortable with him finishing his sentence and going out to 5 years probation and 10 years on the registry.
Yep, deny him. Give him that 2 years.
You. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not in the same place.
Look at this fool.
So he attended 12 out of the 12 sessions in the short-term program. It's reported that he consistently participated in that program, and he had excellent evaluation.
Excellent evaluation.
Coming away from that program. He's got stable employment in the community and a place to live that is stable as well. For me, what Mr. Acevedo needs is treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community. I absolutely see the guilt, shame, and remorse that's going on, which are causing, for me, in reading this case, at a personal level, it's like causing the changes in answers to questions and things like that. The short-term program is only meant to be a short-term program for that. The real work happens in the community where that program can last 18 months to even longer than that. And it's conducted in an environment where I get it. You know, it's like, he said it, you know, in this, with cases like this, it's almost worse than murder. So because people inside give murderers a pass and people inside don't, don't deal well with this.
Of course, he should be suffering.
So for me, if I have to judge suitability, can he be successful on parole in the community? Absolutely. And I really believe that the Voices program and Good Intentions, Bad Choices, when it's related to this, is something that they'll go over with the connection and the programs that are taken there. So although I hear and respect the concerns of Board Member Turner, I feel differently regarding release.
Okay.
What?
Right.
Oh,
So
hell no.
I agree with all that's been said. Mr. Acevedo certainly has struggled somewhat with today's interview. I do go back to the summary from his treatment at the facility, and he is, although he was unable to articulate today, he is able to talk about external risk factors that are part of the offense. And
He could hear them, yeah. They could.
He did participate. They do talk about his own traumas and how they relate to this offense, and that it's not a pass in terms of offending against a child. Although I just mentioned that because he was able to identify that as part of his as it was identified in the summary, the treatment summary for finishing treatment. I agree with Mr. Pohl that Mr. Acevedo will participate in treatment in the community for problem sexual behavior. It's a very intensive treatment program. The short-term sex offender treatment is really intended as a beginning to that treatment. Sort of, I don't want to use the word introduction because it is certainly more intensive than that. But treatment in the community will address victims. It'll address more relapse triggers. It'll be a heightened level of monitoring in the community. As he said, he does have support in the community, can live with his cousin. He appears to have identified employment in the community. His criminal history consists of his adult criminal history is motor vehicle in nature. He does score low on the static 99.
What a flip-flopper.
So I do think that Mr. Acevedo would benefit from parole release and is suitable for that release today, with treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors, and no contact with the victim. So in the matter of Carlos Acevedo, 434-850, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today, September 25th, 2024, with the following conditions. Treatment for problem sexual behavior, no contact with minors without the parole officer's permission, no contact with the victim, MA. Anything else? No. Do I have a second? All those in favor?
No.
Aye. Those opposed? Aye. Okay. Mr. Acevedo, you've been granted parole by majority decision today.
Damn.
You'll get all this information in writing, and you will be participating in treatment in the community.
Okay, I agree.
This concludes the hearing for Carlos Acevedo, 344. I apologize, 434-850. Mr. Acevedo, you'll receive all this in writing. Okay, good luck to you.
Damn.
Okay, God bless all three of you. Thank you.
They let that fool go. I didn't see that coming. I like they started out strong, like they were gonna deny him, and they ended up finding him suitable to be paroled. That wouldn't even he didn't even prepare for it. He did no preparation whatsoever. That's a trip, because you got other people that are incarcerated for robberies and theft and having some reefer, and they get more time than this dude. This is definitely a mind F, if you will.
Come on out.
Man. Well, there it is. There goes the justice system. Who gets preferential treatment? You're seeing it here firsthand. And for those of you that are just coming in, this is a board of parole hearing from the state of Connecticut. This is our system is a joke. Hell yeah, soulmate, yeah, Goldens, yup. Next. All right. My friend is doing 37 years for something in Texas. And why is he so special? That's the $1 million question.
And I heard you trying to get that twice. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible.
And for anybody that's wondering why the video keeps on going in and out, it's because if I don't do it like that, they'll end up messing up my stream. So, but if you want uninterrupted visual of the video,
Sir, what's your name?
if you jump over to
Nisaiah Delgado.
Stand by for us.
if you jump over to that platform with the red logo with the white triangle, and you type this in here, you'll be able to see the stream uninterrupted, full visual, both sides, me and the other side. If you're on TT, that's why it keeps on going in and out, because if not, they'll restrict my stream. So that's what's happening with that. I gotta turn it on and off. So I'm going through the comments. So over here on the red logo stream platform, we got about 49 people. Over here on the other black logo streaming application, we got 93. So for those of you that are new, I would highly appreciate a follow. If you guys find this type of information valuable, hit that follow right there. Share it with your friends, because this is real life stuff. This is what's happening in our justice system, in prisons, in the parole board hearings. These are the type of people they're letting out. What do you guys think about it? Do you think that's is that somebody that you would want to living next door to you? I know I wouldn't, but it's a crazy world out there, and it's definitely all of this is definitely eye-opening. The red logo platform, there's public outrage over here on this side. Tammy writes, my brother was convicted of armed robbery and he has done 25 years. He'll be free in June of next year. Man, what state is he in, Tammy, if you don't mind sharing? And Juliet wrote, my friend got 35 years. And Ange wrote, this is the first one that truly bothered me. I think it's bothering a lot of people. I missed the final result of the last guy. Fortunately, this is something that I wasn't expecting to be saying right now, because at first it seemed like they were gonna deny him, but once that board member spoke up, that male board member, she flip-flop around and they let him out. This is Connecticut. Oh, Tammy, your friend's in Ohio? Okay, man. You gotta record some footage of him walking out them gates. Damn, Margaret Road. My son was damn, that's crazy. That's another outrage right there. Bobos is right. The bottom line is that our country is just falling apart. Yeah, I think they're doing that on purpose. Jimenez writes, damn, fool, you a Chargers fan? You know what? I'm not into sports like that, but I will rep, teams from California. Lakers, Dodgers, Chargers, Rams. But I'm not emotionally invested in any of these teams.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today's Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. Following board members are present: this morning by state their names on the record, certify they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Morning, Michael.
Nancy Turner.
This is a parole hearing for a youthful offender. This hearing will be an executive session and will not be live streamed to the public.
Not?
Thank you. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Oh, it is.
Nisaiah Delgado, number 436653.
At this time, I'm going to make a motion to go into executive session. Do I have a second?
Oh.
All in favor?
What this fool do? I gotta look him up really quick. Let me see what this fool do.
Sir, can you ask the CO to come in the room, please?
Oh, they're gonna shut off the
Yes,
camera.
ma'am.
His name was Isaac, right? Was it Isaac? That was his name? Let me see. Let me look it up.
Yes, they want you.
Delgado. Okay, I'm gonna look this fool up right now. What is it that they're keeping? It must be a hideous crime. If they don't want us to hear.
Hello.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Hi.
Let me see here.
We're gonna ask if you can disconnect from this call, so we can leave the public stream. And in a minute, I'm gonna get a pop-up on your screen if you can accept the new call when that appears.
Got it. Understandable. I'll hang up right now.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me see. Where did this fool get arrested at? He got released in Hartford. All right, so I don't got any control over that. So just bear with me right now. I'm looking up to see what is it that they don't want us. What did this dude do for them not wanting to be part of this session here? I know they did that yesterday. So case against let me see, is this the dude? Oh, T. So I'm looking up Yahoo. I'll bring it up on the screen right here on the what? Oh, this was 2021. So I'm gonna bring it up on the screen for you guys right now. Let me see. Case against teen in Manchester home invasion disappears. What the what? Let me see. August 30th, 2021. August 30th, the case against a Hartford teenager who was accused of breaking into the Manchester apartment of a teenager he knew and holding him at a with one of those sharp things while an accomplice searched the apartment disappeared from public court records last week, apparently indicating that the defendant has received confidential status as a juvenile. Okay. Let me see. The Hartford teen, Delgado, now 18, was facing felony counts of home invasion and conspiracy to commit first-degree robbery and misdemeanor counts of second-degree unlawful restraint and conspiracy to commit sixth-degree larceny. Okay. Home invasion carries a prison sentence of 10 to 25 years in prison, while conspiracy to commit first-degree robbery with a deadly weapon carries 5 to 20 years in prison. Let me see. When his case was public, Delgado was free on a promise to appear in Hartford Superior Court when required. Break-in occurred on February 13, 2024, so a little bit over 4 years ago. When Delgado was 17 years, he was arrested the following month, and his case would have gone first to juvenile court, then it would have been transferred to adult court because of the seriousness of the charges. Records of the case were made public early this year because of a federal appeals court decision holding unconstitutional a 2019 Connecticut law making such juvenile transfer cases confidential until after a trial or conviction by plea. Case disappears. Defendant Delgado, now 18, of Hartford, charges. Okay, I read that. Conspiracy. Okay, but the federal court decision gave Superior Court judges authority to order confidentiality in particular juvenile transfer cases, and Connecticut law has long permitted judges to grant 16 and 17-year-old defendants youthful offender status, which makes the case confidential and limits the sentence to a maximum of 4 years. Oh, so he's about to get out already. The victim of the Manchester home invasion said in a written statement to police that he was home alone around 4 p.m. February 13, 2020. When he heard the loud slam of a door, he said he opened the door and the second floor apartment and saw two people wearing all black clothing running up the stairs towards him. He said he tried to close the door, but the two were able to push it open. He said he recognized one of them as someone he knew as Nas, N-A-S, from when they attended the Bennett Academy together, adding that they were in East Windsor Rehabilitation Facility together between July and September of 2019. I'm guessing that maybe it was some type of juvenile facility, but don't quote me on that. The victim said Nas kept him at with a sharp object in the living room while the accomplice searched the apartment. At one point, he said Nas reached out to grab something and accidentally nicked the victim's thumb with a knife. No bueno. Good thing it wasn't a GUN because he might have let it off by accident. The victim said the invaders later locked him in the attic, but he escaped through a neighbor's apartment and called the police from a family's friend's apartment across the street. Among the electronics items stolen from the apartment was a Chromebook issued to the victim by Manchester High School. School officials determined that there had been a recent logon to that device using an email address listed from Delgado. Come on, my boy, over here logging into with your personal account. You might as well just record it yourself and put it on TikTok and YouTube. Let me see. Manchester police later had a detective who didn't know the suspect's identity present a set of photos to the victim, who picked out Delgado's picture. According to an affidavit by Detective James R. Graham, in a recorded interview recorded with his mother present, Delgado acknowledged that no one could vouch for his whereabouts at the time of the crime. Graham reported. Let me see. Delgado acknowledged that he attended Bennett Academy in 6th grade. Oh, it wasn't. I guess it was a school. In 6th grade, and he was in a rehabilitation program the previous year, but denied knowing the victim. The detective's report. When told about the login on the Chromebook, he first denied having the email address that was used. Then he said little cousin had the address. Oh yeah, blame it on the cousin, the little cousin. Good try. For updates, all right, and that's pretty much the article. And this was from Yahoo News. If you search his name, it'll come up. It'll be the first article on the search when you look up his name. All right, let me see. Oh, and it looks. Are they coming back? Let's see, what are they doing in the background? Did this just start today? Yeah, this is today's. These are today's hearings. These are current of today. Let me see. I can't even. All right, just give me a moment. I'm trying to bump it up. And for those of you wondering, I hate, I've never been comfortable with doing public reading. So that's definitely huge for me right there. I've always had a thing about not doing public speaking and not reading in public. In school, whenever they would ask me to read, I just wouldn't do it because I was never comfortable doing it. But now, whatever's clever's. You can't be all scary cat on the World Wide Web. All right, here he is. Let's see. Hey, crazy grandma, gracias. Rachel, gracias. Let me see here. No parole board real calls today. Yeah, this is actually one right now. Oh, I'm putting it on the screen here and there, just because they just start today. But let me see. Or just a minor can be in public. All right. Does this mean he's No, it doesn't. Nelly, no, does not. That does not mean that he's an informer. It just means that the laws in Connecticut, if you're between those ages.
You're now back in the record in the case of Nisaiah Delgado,
Okay.
436-653.
You're all set, Mr. Delgado. We're all finished.
Thank you.
Man, we didn't even see nothing.
all this in writing.
What's up with you guys?
Okay.
What happened? Did he get found suitable? He didn't get found suitable? All right. Then I guess that one's going to be a mystery to us. Oh, no, you know what? On the paperwork, I'm going to check the paperwork to check if he got released. Even though we don't know any specifics of anything. I'm going to check. Let me see. I'm going to go to the board. I'm going to go to, let me see. This is Connecticut, so. Connecticut, all right. Hey, I guess it depends how you look at it. It's either this is really nice, how this being in public information, but it is scary. I'm glad, when I was out there, none of this stuff was public, but now like everything just seems to be out and about. Let me see. Today is the 25th, right? 25th, Connecticut. Let me see here. Which one are we're at the MacDougall. Okay. Let me see the minutes here. I'll tell you right now. If they let him out. It should show on here unless that's not that guy was Nas, right? Nas Delgado. He got found suitable for parole, so he's leaving today. He is out. All right, who's next? Okay, this is the next guy here. For those of you that are on the TT, there it is. I don't know his name yet. We'll figure it out right now. And
Hi, how are you, sir?
Doing good. How are you?
What's your name?
Shon Johnson.
Thank you.
This is Dreezy Road. That Ice Cube, like a younger version. Did they say his name right now? I might have missed it. If you guys like watching this stream and listening in, if you guys wouldn't mind, hitting getting us some hearts, sharing and possibly following. We're trying to get to that 13,000 follower mark. We just hit 12,000. What did he do, Christine? We're not sure yet. He just walked up right now. I'm sure they're getting all his paperwork ready. As soon as they say his name, I'll look up what kind of case he got right here. Let's see. Tony, let me see. I was just gonna say you sounded great and should do audiobooks. I don't know about all that. Let me see. Sarah, I had a phone call. I had to watch replay and couldn't believe they let that POS. Oh man, yeah. That yep. If you're talking about that guy, the one that couldn't the one that was shedding the fake crocodile tears, tears. We were all shocked. That one's definitely the chat was on fire on that one. Let me see. Jenny writes, he looks happy. That smile he had. Yup. I'm pretty sure. You know what? I'm pretty sure that guy. He was definitely Shon Johnson. That guy that got found suitable. I'm pretty sure he looked like he had been going through it. Like he had some major bags, under his eyes. I'm pretty sure they were terrorizing him. Let me see. Margaret, let's see. That one sat down like, let's get this over with. Sorry, we wasting your time shaking my head. Sarah, he's over it already. Yeah. He's like, man, just let's I'm just here because I gotta be here. I'm here because I'll probably get lots of privileges. I can't turn down this parole board hearing. Margaret wrote OG Bobby Johnson. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna give you a list of names here, and you tell me who it might be. Let me see. I gotta zoom in because my eyes are getting a little bit no bueno. So let me see. We got Richard. We got Shon Johnson and Keith. We already did Keith. Okay, so it has to be either Richard or Shon. I would say I would go with Shon Johnson if I had to guess. Oh, this guy.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Smelly. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Court of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by your names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Shon Johnson, inmate number 440816.
Yup.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Shon Johnson, 440816. He is serving a sentence of 12 years, execution suspended after 3 years, with 5 years of probation to follow for assault first degree. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 28, 2025 at 85%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has completed the following programs to date. Tier 1, utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score on the SRT falls within the high range for recidivism. Mr. Johnson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel like I should be granted parole because I've been taking the time while incarcerated to really think about my life and where it's heading, where it was heading before I was incarcerated. And I really just got to understand myself better than what it was before. I was still young, doing drugs. I didn't really know what was going on with myself, but I took the time that I've been incarcerated to relearn myself and figure out what I want to do in life. And plus, I have a lot of family issues that I have to do. My father is 60, he needs help. And I really just want to go home and do the best I could do to be the best me I could be.
All right, Mr. Johnson, that's what we want for you too.
Thank you.
How old are you?
19.
You're 19.
Yes, ma'am.
Serving a sentence of 3 years. You're way too young to be spending your life this way.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to be asking you some questions, and at the end of our questioning, we'll deliberate, make a decision about your parole, and you'll know that before you leave.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start with the questions this morning. So you're charged with assault in the first degree.
Yes, ma'am.
The victim was shot in the leg. You were young when you committed this offense.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I read that it was kind of a retaliation type event. So what was going on that you would be in a situation where you need to retaliate?
The day before I shot the person, he put out a gun on my mom.
Put a gun in your mouth?
Then he put a gun out to my mom.
Oh, to your mother?
Yes.
Why would he do that?
He was also on drugs that day.
So was it over selling drugs or was it people on drugs?
He was on drugs, and we were telling him to leave out the house, and I guess he felt overwhelmed or something. He put out a gun on my mom.
So then you had a gun and you shot him the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you do that? I mean, I know you said it's in retaliation, but why would you think that that's how you resolve that situation?
Honestly, don't know. I was young. Especially in neighborhood I was in, that was really the only way that I thought you could solve something like that.
How would you think you would today, now that you're thinking maybe a little bit more clear-headed, how would you resolve that?
If I was able to, I would be, my first thought would be to move out of that neighborhood. So, one, my mom's not in no danger and I don't put myself in a position to harm anybody.
Call the police? No, that's not an option?
I mean, yeah, it is, but I don't think that would be my first thought, honestly.
I find that unfortunate. I think to myself, okay, so he points a gun at your mother. Who else is he pointing a gun at? Right. So really, it's, there's a public safety issue here.
Yes.
Okay. What was the weapon in the correctional institution?
The weapon?
You pled guilty to it because they gave you an unconditional discharge.
Oh, you told
remember?
The shank, yeah, yes. It was a toothbrush sharpened.
Why would you sharpen a toothbrush? Were you feeling threatened?
At the time, yes.
Where were you when that happened? What facility?
Hartford Correctional.
How long had you been there?
I have no idea.
All right. So we'll kind of moving on. So this is your first adult conviction?
First conviction at all.
At all. Okay. Yeah. This is quite a way to start.
Yeah.
All right. So you've been incarcerated now since July 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
The other issue I want to address right now is all these disciplinary reports.
Yes.
I see you have this look of recognition. You knew we'd ask about those, right?
Yes.
I mean, 11 of them, you have a 3-year sentence, which is not really that long of a sentence. And to accrue all these tickets,
yes,
is very concerning for this panel. Yes. Can you talk about why that is? Why you have tickets for, let's see, you know what they are: threatening, attempted assault on a DOC employee, threats again, intoxication.
Yes. I feel like I had to prove myself because I was around a lot of people that I didn't fit in with, and I felt like I had to be I can't find the word for it. I was trying to prove myself to other people because I felt like I didn't fit in with nobody, and I didn't want to be, the lonely person that's just at the table by itself. So, but the intoxication, that's because I was stressing. The attempted assault on DOC, I don't really know what I was doing. I was really upset at the time. And the thing then, I feel like just because a CO is a CO, they come at me wrong, I'm gonna come at them because I'm not just gonna let you talk to me any type of way. I'm still a person.
I don't have to tell you this. There's a lot of inmates at the facility, and people need to comply with the rules, and maybe should somebody choose different words in how they speak to you. I don't know because we weren't there, but sometimes you just have to look the other way and keep moving.
Yes.
Right. You've only taken one program since you've been there. Some of it's probably because of the tickets.
Yes.
Right. You took the tier 1 program, yet you have a drug score of 4.
Yes.
We have, from our report, I have a notation you were using pills, marijuana, ecstasy, Xanax.
Yes.
Is that true? All of that you were using?
Yes.
Did you participate in any kind of substance abuse treatment when you were in the community?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. You think you need drug treatment?
Yes.
You're also, so you're a drug score of 4. That's high. 5 is the highest. So you're right up there with somebody that could have benefited from a much more intensive program.
Yes.
He's been busy since 11? That's the first time he caught his case?
What else do you think you need to help you go forward without any problems?
Therapy, like mental therapy, because it's a lot of grudges that I hold that causes me not to be able to move forward in certain things because I'm so mad at other people or the world, and I haven't had therapy, and I feel like if I had, good therapy, I would be able to, be a better person because I would have all those grudges I'm holding on to.
I think that's insightful. I think that's a step in that right direction. And whether or not you're on probation or parole, you can get therapy all by yourself. You don't have to have anybody refer you. You can seek that out on your own. Are you getting any help there at the facility?
As in therapy?
Therapy, meeting with a counselor?
Yes, yes.
Okay. You find that helpful?
Yes.
Good. How often does that happen?
I see a mental health counselor every 3 weeks, maybe 2.
Okay. We're live streaming, so I'm not going to ask too many in-depth questions about that. I just want to confer with what I had in my notes. Okay. And I do think it's positive that you recognize the need for that ongoing treatment. I have your release plan is to go to a halfway house. And originally, though, I have an indication when you were interviewed by mental health that you wanted to live with your father. That's changed?
Yes, because I feel like if I live with my parents, I'm going to be babied. I'd rather go to halfway because it helped me, do more for myself, help me find a job, things like that. I feel like if I live with my parents, it's going to give me everything.
So you've rethought that?
Yes.
Okay. How are you feeling today?
As in general?
Physically, mentally? How do you feel your mental health is today?
I'm okay. Could be better, honestly, but I'm okay.
Mr. Johnson, I don't have any other questions for you. Is there anything else that you wanted us to know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So panel member Turner is going to follow up with questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
So with the 3 years to serve, that means you have 9 years of this sentence over your head when you go out, begin probation, 5 years of probation. Surprisingly, you didn't get the deadly weapon offender registry for this. Where'd you get the gun?
Bought it off somebody.
How long had you had it?
3 days.
3 days?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Is this the first gun that you've had? Okay. So in 3 days, I assume you didn't have any training on how to handle this gun? Okay. So police reports indicate it was 2:00 in the afternoon on a Monday in downtown New Haven. And ShotSpotter found, recorded 5 shots that you let off. You thought you had shot 8 times. That's what you told the police because the gun held 8 bullets.
7 with 1 in the head.
And you injured 2 people.
Yes.
So you've caught a lot of breaks here. You only got 1 count of assault first, but you had 2 victims. You used a firearm. You didn't get the state's deadly weapon offender registry. what we have to do, Mr. Johnson, is make a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 3 years of the sentence you have to serve out in the community under parole supervision, and we have to make that decision in light of the interests of public safety. And based on your behavior there in the facility and your lack of programming, it's a difficult ask of us. And I was appreciating that you were being so honest and forthright about holding grudges. Yes. And some of your anger issues. Yes. And I can't strongly enough encourage you to get a handle on that, because you didn't know how to handle that gun when you started shooting. Right. And you are most fortunate that not to have killed anybody in that area, even people who weren't party to what was going on. And, just people who out in the community at 2 PM on a Monday, kids getting off the school bus. Yeah. It's very, very concerning, sir. And then you're in there and with a weapon and then threatening DOC staff. I really hope, Mr. Johnson, you can get a handle on this, because what I'm afraid of, sir, is that your next sentence, you're going to be serving until you're 40, and then your whole youth is gone. Yes. Do you have any life goals?
Yes.
Tell me.
I don't know if they're really big, but it's really.
It doesn't matter. The small ones are just as important.
Okay. Want to get married, have kids, get a career. I don't want a job. I want a career. And I really want to move out of Connecticut. Like in the TV they have a family. I want that and be happy. That's pretty much it.
Do you have any idea of what kind of career, a career doing what, would interest you?
I want to be a mechanic, but I don't know nothing about cars. But that's what I'm going to do.
Say again?
A mechanic.
A mechanic, okay. Well, there are plenty of schools that teach it, yeah. Right? And now it's more computers than it is actual lug wrenches and lug nuts and wrenches, rather. So is getting your GED on your list?
Yes.
Where would you do that out in the community?
I'll have to do adult ed. Right. Yeah. I don't know where it's at, but adult ed. Yeah.
They're all over, especially in our big cities. So, and if you ever need help figuring it out, go to the library. The librarians will help connect you to adult education services. And I really, focusing in on that as a goal to building these other things, career and family, is really important, because it gives you foundation. It gives you respect. It helps you get jobs that are going to pay for you to, earn a salary that you can then put into going to school.
Yes.
I'm glad that you want more for yourself, Mr. Johnson. I want more for you than what you're doing right now. I want to make sure you understand that you are a convicted felon, and that means for the rest of your life, you may not possess firearms and ammunition.
Yes.
That's not just here in Connecticut, that's federally. So that's all over the country. Okay?
Okay.
So don't get caught with a firearm.
Good
All
advice.
right. Thanks for talking with me. I wish you much success. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Posh. All right. So, Mr. Johnson, we do not have any additional questions. We'll deliberate now and give you our decision.
What do you guys think? Should he be found
All right,
suitable?
I think we've
What's your
pretty
thought on
much
it?
covered it. What the concerns are. Mr. Johnson has a number of disciplinary tickets. He's charged with a very serious offense for shooting of the victims, 2 victims, although he's only charged, he's before us today for 1 count of assault third. There's a short window between his parole eligibility date and his end of sentence. Unfortunately, he's only taken 1 program, the Tier 2 program, which is really just the tip of the iceberg of what he used to help him in the community. On a positive side, I am glad to hear that he appreciates the need for ongoing mental health treatment in the community. He recognizes that he has a substance abuse problem that needs to be addressed, that he wants to go to the halfway house, and he can see that that can be a place where he can get some services. I appreciated his career, his goals. I think being a mechanic is certainly a viable career for Mr. Johnson if he chooses, and getting his GED. I think for today's purposes, he does not rise to the level of being suitable for parole, just based on the nature of the offense, his institutional adjustment, his poor institutional adjustment, and his lack of programming. So I'm not in favor of granting his parole today. Ms. Turner?
I feel the same way, and I just want to make sure that Mr. Johnson understands it's a 4-month difference between your 85% date and your end of sentence, and you do have probation supervision to follow, and I think that's the appropriate path to take.
Mr. Polk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, this board member Turner asking questions about goals and things like that. I know that he wants the best for himself. Just has to make the decision to do the next right thing in his life. And fortunately, 2 people were shot. It's a weapon in an institution. And, so I can't.
Nature and circumstance, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change.
That's what
I would like to advocate that we not use evidence of offender change. I think we're hearing some real positives from Mr. Johnson. He's got some insights. He's got some goals.
Okay. 2 always seem to be lumped together, but I do agree with you that we did hear some positive information today. All right, so in the matter of Shon Johnson, 440816 is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: nature and circumstance of the current offense, poor institutional adjustment, and inadequate institutional program participation. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Right, Mr. Johnson, we were unable to find you suitable for parole today. You heard the discussion. We do think that you are moving in that right direction. You've got some positive goals, I think very achievable goals. And maybe you can work on your GED between now and your release date to help you get started.
Good.
All right, best of luck.
Hey, what do you guys think about that?
Hearing from Shon Johnson, 440816. Mr. Johnson, do you receive all this in writing? Good luck to you.
Please ask them about anger management, because you've got a couple of months still on your sentence. That could really help you transition successfully.
Let me ask you guys this. What guy would you prefer? This guy or the other guy that they found suitable? Because the other guy, man, that other guy, he has some funny bunny charges. He was all the way all bad.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Oh no, I don't know. What kind of charges you guys think this guy has? Let me go ahead and show you over here so you guys can see.
Good afternoon. Good morning.
What do you guys? What kind of charges? Cast your vote now, before they start reading off the charges. Yep. Angela, I'm with you on that one. I can't believe Davis. I'm gonna go have to go say I'm with you on that one. I don't he has like those crazy eyes. Look at this dude. I don't know. Like he don't look like he's with that life, so he has that look like he's with that funny life. So we'll see right now. Let's see if our guesses are right. I'm still pissed about freaking. Oh man, Carlos, man, don't even. Yeah, hey, Lime, awareness forever. Carlos, straight basura, trash. They should have maxed him out. He definitely should have not got got out.
Good morning. Can you pronounce
Yes.
your name first?
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Richard Vallillo. How are we
Vallillo.
feeling today?
Okay, stand by for us, okay?
Yes, gladly.
Let's see. I'm gonna look up Richard right now. See
Yeah,
what
go
kind of charges he has, and see if you guys guess right.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Smelling. Today is Wednesday, September 25th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Nancy Turner.
Good afternoon, good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record, sir.
Yes, once again, good afternoon. My name is Richard Vallillo and my inmate number is 332635. Thank you.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the
Richard.
parole application for Richard Vallillo, 332-635. He is serving a sentence of 39 months for conspiracy, possession of intent to sell and dispense narcotics. And he has a VOP, violation of probation with underlying sales of narcotic substance. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of June 28, 2024 at 50%. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and showed the offender has not completed any programs to date. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender overall score for the SRT falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. And Mr. Vallillo, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin, sir.
Yes, once again, good afternoon, and I do appreciate any feedback or any structured, feedback at the end of this hearing. I would like to present myself as a good candidate for parole due to the fact that I have been incarcerated for a good length of my sentence. Although I was unable to attend any programming, I had just arrived to this facility previously 2 months prior to this hearing. I was in county where I was on a waiting list of over 100 candidates for the only item on my OAP, my offender accountability plan, which was a drug class and a 5-day job, which I've been on the list for both the entire time. And I also was attending school in Hartford County. I believe I would be a good candidate for parole because I would like the opportunity to go back into the community and use the resources for CRT, or have an opportunity to use the resources for housing and meetings and recovery for my drug use, which led up to my narcotic sales. I'd like the chance to be in a situation where I'm not just discharged from the facility to the street with no assistance like the prior, not that it was the state's fault or anybody but myself because I put myself here, but I would like the chance to be able to access the resources that I've never been able to reach out to. And I believe that I've given the chance, I would show and prove that I would be a strong candidate had I had resources. to utilize.
Okay, Mr. Vallillo.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am.
All right,
Yes,
Mr. Vallillo, we appreciate your opening comments. We'll be asking you some questions at the end of the questioning. We'll deliberate and make our decision.
I don't know.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't
And
know
Ms.
about
Turner will
his,
begin with questions this morning.
his stretched out
Good
shirt.
morning, sir.
Not a good
Good
look.
morning.
Afternoon. So, interesting opening statement. So that was really about why you want parole and not necessarily why you deserve it. Do you know why you got a flat sentence, sir?
Why I believe I took a flat sentence at my own out
Leisure.
of my own reprisal, or I'm not sure of the exact word or the nature, but I believe I took a flat sentence due to the fact that I wanted to just complete my sentence and not have any further attachment in case I wanted to leave the state of Connecticut to be with my children, which are in Ohio.
Okay. I think that in part you got a flat sentence because you've been on community release 4 times and never been successful. So perhaps it's a combination of both. You have multiple violations of probation in your history.
Are you sure? Oh, sorry, I don't mean to overspeak. Are you sure that's me? Because I've only been on probation 1 time, ma'am. And I've only had one violation.
You had a violation of probation in 2008. You had a violation of probation in 2015, 2 times. And then you were on probation for a 2021 sales charge when you committed these new crimes.
That one I'm aware of, yes. Okay.
All right. So you have about a year left on this sentence. And
He's short to the pad.
I help me understand. You were renting a room from Mr. Norigi?
Yes, ma'am.
In his house, and you set up a drug operation while you were on probation. And you were selling just about everything but the kitchen sink.
Kitchen sink was available, ma'am. No, I'm just joking. I was just renting a room there, ma'am. I was renting a room there. I can't sit here and point the finger at anybody else but myself.
For a sense of humor.
I did have a drug addiction in the past, and to sit here and point fingers would be a waste of your time and mine.
Yeah, and insulting. You said you were selling to use.
Correct, ma'am.
So your drug of choice is heroin?
Yes, ma'am.
And you like cocaine as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You had in the house street value of cocaine in the amount of $17,000. That's quite an operation you set up. And there was crack, oxy, LSD, Adderall, fentanyl, and mushrooms. Am I leaving anything out?
Yeah, he had a party going. He's a walking pharmaceuticals.
Yes, ma'am, but that's not here nor there. Yes, there was a drug operation. Yes.
All right.
We got a slippery one here, fellas.
So,
damn. A street pharmaceutical, one could say.
Criminal history goes back to 2007. You initially were convicted of driving on a suspended license. Have you ever had a valid license?
Yes, ma'am.
It was suspended as of 2021. When did you reinstate it?
I haven't had it reinstated yet.
Oh,
okay. But I have held a valid driver's license, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. At the age of 17 till about the age of 21.
It's quite some time ago.
Yeah. Before cars were electric.
We got restricted.
So, I didn't hear you say anything about your plan to live clean and sober, or about the harm that you were causing out in the community selling these drugs. Is there anything you might want to say about any of that?
Yes, ma'am. I didn't want to overspeak or overstep. I just thought that was the orientation or introduction. Currently, I'm on the methadone maintenance program. I know it doesn't sound like I have much of an outcome or an out plan, but I do intend on changing my lifestyle completely whether I'm paroled or not, whatever the case may be. When I do leave these walls, I plan wholeheartedly on just making complete change and staying with my methadone maintenance, attending groups, and probably NA if I'm, within walking distance. I don't want to drive. I do have an end goal. Eventually, at some point, I would like to be invited to a high school to speak to students about, the long-term use of drugs or the harm which it can induce within yourself, or the burdens it puts on family relations, and just basically explain my story and how I made poor choices and ended up in situations, and maybe just try to help reach out to, even if it just reaches one person, to not have to bear the burdens or the cross I carried due to my addiction. I do think
maybe
of that.
Maybe that's a good goal for when you're much further down the road in your recovery.
Yes, ma'am. That was like an end result. But the only goal I could say that I would honestly have is just staying clean and sober for the time being, because without that, I wouldn't have anything to really stand on.
So I've heard you say MAT and NA. What else will help you stay clean and sober?
I believe a 12-step program, Alcoholics Anonymous. Maybe I would like to get a sponsor.
NA is.
Get
NA
a
is a
sponsor.
12-step. Okay, so you can get a sponsor.
I want to get a sponsor, and I would like to do intensive outpatient if I'm eligible. I wouldn't mind doing that, along with, some long-term outpatient, and just work
How
on
many
my.
times have you done treatment in the community?
I would have to say maybe 4 times in the past throughout. I have a long history of drug use, so.
Yes. Why do you think that treatment hasn't helped you maintain this different lifestyle that you speak of?
In the past, I didn't want it. I always thought when I came to jail, the first thought was getting out and getting that first fix or that first use. And this time I know, whatever time it may be that I do leave these walls, that I need to put something in between the thought of that and do something different, so that my first thing out isn't a drug use. It's going to be to get some assistance or help, or with help from the CRT or CERT or community renewal team. If I'm eligible for that, I would like to get, long-term intensive outpatient or something of that nature.
There are lots of reentry services all around the state. And you don't have to be on supervision, you just have to be a recently incarcerated person to get the help. The other part of that question was about the harm that you were doing out in the community.
I feel that I harmed people in the community by enabling them with the substances, and that could be, a person's daughter, a son to a father to a son, and I'm responsible for that, and that's a thing I have to work on for myself, and work on that state of mind, that drug use, along with the sailing and the whole drug thing all in one is just something I need to work on, because I'm not only harming myself, I'm harming others, and I'm not allowing them a chance because I'm enabling them to enable myself. So I don't believe it was proper on my behalf. I shouldn't be helping other people indulge in not only illegal activity, but something that I suffer from myself.
Well, all of that is true. You know, you caused a great deal of harm and exploited people who were very vulnerable, suffering with an addiction, and then that harm caused others in their family, their loved ones, their children to also be harmed.
Understandable. Yes,
So
ma'am.
you have about a year left on this sentence, and you spoke of, you know, advocating in court for a flat sentence so that you could go out unencumbered, you know, without, as you said, further attachment. So it's curious that we're sitting here now discussing another form of supervision for you out in the community. Is that really what you want?
Well, I've had a change of thoughts from the time then to the time now with a clear state of mind. And at the beginning, I had no thoughts of changing my life. My thoughts were get back out, get back to what I was doing and continue on. And over the time, I've realized with having a sober mind that that's not what I want. I want help. I want help within the community. I want to be a different person. I've changed on certain levels, but there's other things I need help with, and I'm not getting that help here. I want the chance to show and prove I can do better, and I want to be
And I can appreciate that, Mr. Vallillo, but you know, it's a big risk to send somebody with the highest possible drug score back out into the community with some clean time and no treatment. You talked about it as drug classes, but it's actually treatment, like you've done before out in the community that hasn't obviously been successful, because here you sit. So, you know, it's concerning to me to consider early discharge to you. You know, the substances that you like, and now we certainly know that heroin is, you know, laced with all kinds of things like fentanyl, and you had 497 bags of fentanyl on you in 2021 when you were arrested. People are dying, and especially if your tolerance is gone because you've been clean, and then you go back out and you use it, and certainly if you use at the level you were using 10 bags a day when you were in the community, you know.
That's understandable, ma'am.
You know,
10
good.
bags?
Okay. So tell me about your
Saca la
support system.
bolsita.
Who do you have out in the community?
At this time, I have my mother, my children, my grandmother, my brother, and my uncle right now that are very supportive of my recovery and my family life.
Well, your children are 6 and 7, right?
Yes, but they're...
Yeah, so you're the one supposed to be supporting them as opposed to them providing you support. And one of them doesn't even live in the state.
Well,
you didn't mention Ms. Howard. Where are things with her?
Yes, we're still speaking in contact. We're very in a relationship. So I have her also.
Is she clean? Does she use?
No, she doesn't use. She works at Travelers Insurance. She
Okay, well, enough about her private information.
Oh, okay.
So the whole time that you've been together with her, you've been using, except for when you've been incarcerated.
I had on and off clean time, ma'am. Yes, you are correct.
Well, not leading up. I mean, you've only been together 3 years. So did she know about, had she visited your home there in West Hartford? Does she know about the drug operation?
I wouldn't let her meet me there, no.
The drug operation.
I was ashamed.
Have you come clean with her and told her about the extent of your own drug use?
Yes, ma'am. And she is one of the main factors and one of my major supports that whenever I do leave that I need to stay on the methadone assistance, and she will drive me there every day if she has to. And I said, well, I'm the one that has to have that ambition and drive, and I'll get myself there. I don't need to rely on another person.
I am so glad to hear you say that. I think that's wonderful. That's adulting. That's being responsible for your own needs and not putting them on somebody else. So why, when you brought up NA, did you say you'd go if you could walk to meetings?
Do you guys?
Shouldn't your commitment be to immerse yourself in the recovery community and get to a meeting any way, shape, or form? Borrow a bicycle, get on a bus.
That would have been a better way of wording it. I would get to a meeting.
Yeah, because you know what it sounded like to me? Yeah, if I can walk to one, if it's convenient and close enough.
Well,
that does not sound like a man committed to his own recovery.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, that's the takeaway for me. What did you hear?
The way I said it and the way what I was more intending to was not driving due to the fact that I don't have a license, but I will be at a meeting regardless because it's my life. So it's not up to anybody else. So
have you heard of 90 and 90?
Yes, I have. And that's one of the steps that I prepare to take.
Okay,
Again,
so what are your employment plans?
I have a food service and food handler ServSafe certification that I plan on renewing because I've been in the food service. I also have a job opening at Rex Forging in Plantsville, working on the production floor. I have options of express employment out of Meriden for staffing services. I have.
Okay. So you're connected to
very connected for work.
Temping agencies. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Do you guys think they should let him go?
Used to work at Price Chopper. What do you have to do to get your ServSafe renewed?
I have to take a class and take a test for the either management or food handler, and I plan on taking both because I just want to have that as a strong point.
You should ask while you're there in the facility. We see dozens of people each week who have earned their ServSafe certificate. So do some stuff to prepare yourself for your release. So you already have stuff in place, like know where the NA meetings are.
Virtually, just do them virtually, dude.
All right. Thank you for talking with me, Mr. Vallillo. I have no more questions, Madam Chair.
Cast your vote.
Mr. Cole?
Cast your vote up at the top.
Mr. Vallillo, were you on the methadone maintenance program when you were in the community?
Check us out.
I had just started 1 week prior to my incarceration.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So we will now deliberate about your case and give you our decision at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's like I said, very serious crimes out in the community, harm that he was causing, and fueled by his own addiction to very serious substances. He is a drug score of 5, scored out high for his risk to reoffend, and he's taken no programs. So I do not find Mr. Vallillo suitable at this time for early release to discretionary parole. He has a lot of work to do on himself.
Mr. Cole, anything to add?
Neither do I.
Okay. All right. So I agree with all you've said, Ms. Turner, that he needs to do some more work before that's to make him more successful to be in the community. So for institutional adjustment.
Benefits committed while on probation for institutional adjustment, inadequate institutional.
Participation in
evidence of offender change.
Gotcha. Anything else?
I'll take off the release plan.
Okay.
Go with those 4.
All right. So in the matter of Richard Vallillo, 332-635, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons. For institutional adjustment, current offense committed while on probation, and inadequate institutional program participation and evidence of offender change. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Mr. Vallillo, good luck to you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
This concludes the hearing for Richard Vallillo, 332-635. Mr. Vallillo, you received what was in writing, and this concludes the hearing for MacDougall. Your You're all set. 925, September 25th, 2024 at 12:30 p.m.
Damn. Hey, well, hey, that was gonna be the last hearing for the day.
Thank you, everyone.
But we'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll be back later on. I'm gonna try to set up some calls from prison, some video visits, and I think you know what? If you're on YouTube, I still have another stream going on. The board of parole in Utah is currently going on right now. So once I end it, I think it'll send you over there automatically. I'm not sure, but hey, I appreciate you guys tuning in. I'll be back for sure tomorrow. We'll have some other. Did he just leave? Yeah. Well, they denied him, so he was done. He was donezo. That was it. He was through. Whoa. But I'm gonna go. I gotta go pick up my daughter from school, so it was definitely perfect timing. I do appreciate you guys for tuning in. And like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we're out. A rato. Don't forget to like and subscribe.